2, 3, 4, 5. Stick to the BEAT, get ready to ignite. You were such a BYT, catching all the lights. Just easy as ABC, that's how you make it right. Do the DANC, stick to the BEAT. Just easy as ABC,
I am literally in the air right now, been never stored. First class, I am so new at this. Use a ride a metro, let us get a sweatshirt. Let the infrareds on my feet. Baby, let's go send out what they know me by, that's what they call me. Gotta catch a flight with the fans when it's stormy. Life of a dawn, change just gone. Always in the lab with the fresh kicks on. I'm at the MGM, rockin' MCM. Bobby Sacks on my arm, it's only 10 p.m. That a rap pack with me going ham at the hotel. Name brand everything, the wholesale, no. I am not materialistic, I was broke my whole life, and no, I don't listen. Last 7 years of my life was in a lab. Working every weekend and everything I heard.
Make it, do it, make it. Harder, better, faster, stronger.
The grind never stops, like I'm running from the cops. It's hard to stay humble when the force get drops, but I don't give a damn. I am just a man, I am not more important than any one of my fans. First name Bobby, so I'm all about the hundreds. Work so hard, everybody think I'm running. Gunning hard with the mask and Glock, and I'ma stay with extra clips in it. We go hard, only on campus when I wanna study abroad. That's why they wonder if I go there. All the groupie bitches wanna put their fingers through my hair. Can't fade thirst, chill out, whoa there. Let me get it, let me bring it back. Get it, talking shit, but I get with you when they doing that. Yes, I am doing that. #1 album, worldwide, who ever doubt it?
Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger.
I need you right now, I need you right now.
All and never, hour after hour, work is never over.
I need you right now, I need you right now.
Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over. Do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. All and never, hour after hour, work is never over.
I need you right now, I need you right now. Last 7 years of my life was in a lab. Years of my life, years of my life, every years I'm on.
the way you move is a mystery.
A time has come to
Hello,
make a decision.
people. What is that? Oh, that's a good song, but I will not be playing that. What's up, people? Oh my god, hello. Let me switch the screen. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, what is good? Yo, what's up, Flack, Kang? So you guys enjoying the music? Hell yes, my friends. How are we doing today? Oh boy, what a day it's been, hasn't it? What a couple of days it's been. Yesterday, Destiny Pisco. Today, I don't know if y'all saw Hobbit Follower verse Pisco. That was great. Probably gonna review it, at least. I don't know if I'll rewatch the whole thing, but talk about it some. I talked to Hobbit Follower about it. That was a crazy convo. Pisco's it's kinda saying some strange things. That's how I'd put it. Maybe go further than that, but wow. Just wow. I'm surprised at the way this has all gone. I don't know why I mean, I know why. He's dug in on a lot of his shit. It's fucking wild. What's up, PND Wavy? What is that emote? Those fries? Okay. What are we doing? Wait, let me see that emote. What is that? Nug time. Nug? There's nugs? Holy shit. I love chicken nuggies. Wow. That's crazy. Anybody watching just surprised with how hard he pushed to try to get bad clips out of Destiny? I'm used to him being really into the weeds. It was a much different tone. Yeah, it was crazy. Bro, watch the child be in and out, but holy fuck, I watched a little bit and saw it just all bad. Yo, what's up, Hobbit follower? Lazy Hobbits in my YouTube chat. What's up, brother? It's been so long since we've spoken. Just kidding. Yeah, dude, I'll probably be looking at it way more now, because, jeez. His chat's a little crazy. I do also have open, I was re-watching, before I started watching, your convo, Hobbit, I was, re-watching the Pisco Destiny debate from yesterday, to really make sure I understand everything that went on, see if what I can catch. Same in the, in your conversation, I'm gonna really go back and catch it, because I hope I'll be able to talk to Pisco soon. I know he had mentioned being open to that, possibly. And he always does call-ins and shit, so why the fuck not? But, damn. Oh, shit. Mm. I'm just receiving a DM about some drama that happened this morning. I don't know if any of you were watching anything else, something else, whatever the fuck Dana Moon call it. Joined that to talk for a bit. Kafka Esquire joined as well. They're catching a lot of shit from those folk. Okay. A lot of shit's being thrown around. Kind of crazy. Yo, what's up, Cake Upton? How you doing? From who for what? Dan and Mr. Mouton. Mr. Mouton, not as much as Dan, have been saying. They've just been mentioning me and saying things about me. Like, fuck, so much shit has happened today. I don't remember. What all were they saying? What was the issue I had? There was a clip. Let me see if I can just watch. Maybe we'll just rewatch the clip of what they had said earlier today about me. And they've done it on their occasions.
Can someone fill me on the food shops hate? The only takes I've seen from this person.
Yeah, it's a 2-minute clip. Can I speed this up? Let's go to 1.5, 1.25. It's that short. To see what happened. See that Don Bongino left the FBI? Did he actually leave? I saw there was reporting that he was talking to people and saying that he might, that he'd be leaving soon. But I don't think he's officially left, has he? Or did he? Also, Vazureka in YouTube chat, I think. If you're going to talk to Pisco, I have a suggestion that might add to the conversation. Drop it. Maybe it'll be a good suggestion. Okay, let's watch this clip.
Can someone fill me on the food shops hate? The only takes I've seen from this person is that Destiny is vindicated for his court drama. The leftists are a huge problem, and Dan focuses too much on Hassan and not enough on Asmongold. What are the horrible takes? Oh, is me seeing all the DGers say they want Pisco and food shops?
Oh shit! Trump confirmed he's out. Damn. If you got a link for that, we can take a look at that.
Is me seeing all the DGers say they want Pisco and food shops as orbiters?
Oh yeah, big time. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. It is true. Yeah. All the quote unquote DG tiers. By the way, I will say Radiant and Zip, as much as we're giving them a pass, those are definitely people that are like, they're firmly in one camp. We'll just say that much, okay?
So I'm in one camp, firmly in one camp, okay, with Radiant as well, which is the biggest insult out of all these things, okay? Is that I'm in the same camp as Radiant. Just, that's insulting. Okay.
Oh,
Their
big
allegiances are
time.
not the DGG. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Okay.
Big time. Thank you, Nithix.
So in one camp and not loyal to.
Okay.
Big time.
Those are not the DGG. Those are definitely people that are like, they're firmly in one camp. Let's just say that much, okay?
Oh,
Their
big
allegiances are
time.
not the DGG. I'm just
Their allegiance is not to DG. So my allegiance is not to DG, apparently. That's what they said.
gonna tell you that right now, okay?
Big time. Thank you, Nithix, for the sub. Big time. You
Yeah.
know, I'm gonna call it here. I'm putting it out there. The current people who have the highest potential of just flipping a fucking switch and going JStalk, food shops, and Zip Zip. I don't think.
So apparently I have the highest potential out of not that many people. And it was clarified later in that conversation. I just don't think it's a high percentage. He said 20% that I eventually will swap, but he said I have a high
Zip Zip
potential.
will do it.
Oh my god, Destiny just went live.
Oh no, I'm
What
just
the
saying
fuck is
they're
the
gonna
point?
flip the
Why did I even
switch,
start streaming?
They'll both go.
They'll become anti-fans.
Yeah.
I don't think Zip Zip. I don't think Zip Zip will, but I think food shops will.
He doesn't think I will,
would
but I
agree
think
with
there's
you
a
on that one.
likelihood.
Also, I don't really value anything that they've done for the most part. I think that they're like, it's easy to go and do retarded shit when everyone already thinks that you're. How do I put this? If you're like Harvey Weinstein, it's really easy to go defend whoever you want to. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying this person's Harvey Weinstein. I'm just saying if I was Harvey Weinstein, fuck it, I'll go defend Hitler. It's not like my reputation.
King says, the fuck, what started this? I'm not even sure I remember. Foods said something about Dan. Dan called her pedophile. And then Foods said something about she doesn't care if Dan's family and him get harassed. And then now it's just scorched earth. There's a big beef between them. And I got caught in with it because I'm friends with food shops. And it became a whole thing about new orbiters and how we're all autistic and I can't read the room and that is a pattern that I'm probably gonna fall into it, that I'm gonna be the JStalk, that I don't all this shit. Does anyone live just hop in there and talk to him? True. Why not? Oh, how is it? I can look away from the pedo jacket. I draw the line at Radiant. Yeah, I mean, literally, I did. I mean, associating with a pedophile, an alleged pedophile, someone you think is a pedophile, I mean, whatever. But saying that I'm in the camp with Radiant? Oh, man. And actually, earlier today in that conversation, they said that Radiant was better than me, which is even worse. But, you know. That was crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Oh, brother. I hope I get to talk to people. Pisco said when he ended stream that he might, he probably would go live later, so who the fuck knows? If he does,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to confront
Can
him.
someone
Wait, what is? Did I not copy the right link? Oh, I'm trying to open Kevin Eater's link to the Mongino story. Let's see. Mongino's out at the FBI. Oh, he's out. Damn. Former Secret Service agent, podcaster, announced his departure. I want to thank them for the opportunity. Most importantly, I want to thank you. Damn. Trump said, Dan did a great job. I think he wants to go back to his show. He's leaving to go back to his show. Oh, brother. That is retarded. Jesus. That's crazy. That's wild. He just wants to go back. He just wants to go back to streaming. Wow, Dan Mongino. Are they all such babies? I mean, they're babies, Kevin. They're little children. They're 12 years old. It's a theory. So, okay, so you definitely just caught up in it. They mostly talking about foods being annoying. She spammed the VC during the ARC gaming. True. I literally got caught up in that. I got banned from DUG for that. I got caught up in it like that. That's what it was on that. And then I think they just associate me with food shops because I'm friends with food shops. So I get lumped in a lot of the time. I think it's that simple, but I don't know. Oh, brother. What is Destiny up to? What's he talking about even?
Boom.
Oh, he's literally just playing Arc Raiders? That's what he's doing now? Wow. Should I join? Should I overstay my welcome? Prove Dan and Mouton right. Hold on. Sending a DM real quick. Bazaraka. So imagine a person hears that. Oh, thanks for the follow, Hobbit follower. I think that was on Kick. Hold on. I think I missed some stuff in my chat. Let me make sure I read it. God exists. Something. What happened? Bazaraka. Do you know what the modal ontological argument for God is? Basically, it goes P1, premise 1, it is possible that God exists. Premise 2, God is either impossible or necessary. Premise C, God exists. So imagine a person hears that and immediately says no. Most people will not be able to successfully debate that intuition, or even any of the premises. That seems to be the problem Pisco runs into. It's possible that God exists. God is either impossible or necessary. God exists. Well, you would debate the premises, right? Most people would not be able to successfully debate that intuition, or even any of the premises. That seems to be the problem Pisco runs into. Maybe I got some other lines of questioning that I'd want to go over with Pisco. But yeah, it's there's a lot of there's a lot of modal logic shit, and when he's talking about like not like what was it, nomic possibility and stuff like there's a lot of shit that just Jesus is just all tied up in this. Kevin said this entire association game is worse than what the woke left. True. Okay, then how long is the ban? I wouldn't bother. Oh no, it was a day ban, and I got banned early because I wanted to talk about the Pisco Pisco Destiny debate yesterday, but it was just curious that I got swept up in it when the vote ban. There was a vote in DG. Should we ban food shops? It was yes, but I got banned as well. How strange. Wow. Well, this guy gonna join his fucking Discord channel? We're talking about this shit. Anybody see? Well, firstly, Andrew Wilson ran from his debate with Destiny and Adam Mockler because he didn't get a bunch of shit that he wanted. She posted receipts because he asked for them. He mad. And then Lauren De Laguna said, after a pathetic depot by Andrew Butler, the only legal license he has standing to go after is his own attorneys who shat the bed on this case. Release my entire depot, make it public. The person said, what's stopping you from talking about it? I don't recall a protective order being filed that restricts you from speaking about it. She said, I'll happily talk about it, showing it is better. That case, let's gossip. What did they ask about? He asked me like 5 times if I was still in love with Destiny. Lol. It's not really interesting. Didn't they help you regarding your involvement in the case? How did that go? She says, they tried over and over, but I was not involved, and they didn't have anything connecting me to the case. Postbase. Now, you are the lawyer between you and me, so you might know this more than me. Doesn't that mean they won't release the depot because it isn't relevant to the case? She said, no, it's not being released for my protection because there's a protection order on my behalf. I can break that. I'm saying I want it public. Evidence of first. Evidence of what? I want all the evidence my depot made public. Well, if she has access to it, she could just publicize it, no? I think she'd be able to do that. If she wanted. But also, if there's a protective order, he can't do shit about it. But I don't know if he can do anything about it. Damn. I'm just saying, it'd be pretty awesome if that transcript were released. Be pretty sick. 9 hours. Be a long fucking thing. Okay. This nigga Destiny is not in his own fucking Discord server. In his channel. It is unbelievable. Damn. It's okay. Alright. Let's see. This is where I was when I was rewatching the Pisco Destiny thing. But I want to rewatch some of the Hobbit follower stuff, because there's a lot in here. Let's see what we got. Wait, hold up.
Hey, brother, how are you?
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Good, how are you? Do I sound all right?
I think you can be heard.
Oh, wait. Vazareka said, fair to clarify, I think he's trying to build from the ground up, but most people start with their intuition, then justify it. My example illustrates why that might be a problem. I think I see what you mean, but I think he'd just reject that. I think he would say that doesn't mean... I think he'd say that... my bad. I think he'd say that it doesn't... that's not a good thing, so... it wouldn't... I don't think it'd be convincing in any way. Maybe as to how most people think, but I think he understands that other people think differently than him. I don't think that's necessarily a thing. And which is with the way he argues versus necessarily the mindset that he gives to people. Kevin Neer says, how will the left build a solid movement if there are always people that are associated with other people someone doesn't like? This is true. But that's just a human problem, not necessarily a left problem, I think. Although the left, well, not the left doesn't have an issue with it, but it's part of human nature, so it's going to be a big issue. Sorry, I just hit my mic. My bad. Damn. Okay. Let's see some of this convo.
You heard? Try talking again?
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. How you doing, man? We got you.
How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Just chilling.
That,
Everything normal right
podcast
now.
was thrilling.
I'm sure this won't devolve into screaming match.
The podcast, the Katie Miller one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a wet blanket, fucking interviewing two just of the most uninteresting people you've ever heard of.
Yeah. I mean, some of the answers are pretty wild. It's always fun to pick the stuff and talk about the misspeaks and stuff, but pretty wild podcast.
Well, it actually helped a little bit. Would you consider them normal?
No.
Were they normal in that?
No, I don't think so.
What was abnormal about them?
I think their demeanor seemed a little bit odd. They seemed a little not personable, like on a conversation that is supposed to touch on things that are like personal and light and playful. Not really helped that much by Katie Miller's questions, but basically showing lack of comfort the entire time and showing basically a kind of uncomfortness in how they spoke, their nervous laughter. I think that their demeanor was odd.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just kind of give a little background, I guess, of why I'm here, if people don't know.
And this guy still streams. My Zippo, yo, what's up, Fudge? Yeah, I still stream. I've just been busy past couple weeks. Haven't streamed much. But I'm here. And I happen to, the day I get home, start streaming, Destiny immediately goes live after. What a shit show of a day this has been. Why didn't he go live earlier? What is he doing?
So I told you that we're not gonna. I don't even want to. I wasn't even planning on debating any like your substantive claims, as far as like the Ethan stuff or whatever it might be. I also don't. I'm not really interested in talking about like anything that involves Destiny or anything. Like it's not really that important to me. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a moderator in Destiny subreddit. I have watched you for a while now.
The brother Hobbit follower from the E-Core. You guys remember him? Welcome back, though. Oh, thanks, Fudge. What's up, Kit for Cat? A show of shit, indeed. There's been a lot of shit happening.
Became a full-time streamer, your appearances that you have had on Destiny streams in the past years. And something that I have always first off, I enjoy your style and how you approach things. I feel like sometimes people are willing to let too many things slide in a conversation, especially when you like watch these like, well, it doesn't really happen now, but like a contentious Joe Rogan, kind of thing where it's like, you think that they're going to go in there and there's going to be all this disagreement and all this kind of this, that, and the other. And everybody just kind of head nods and nobody really gets down to what they're actually talking about. And everybody walks away and they're like, oh, this conversation was so great that two opposing viewpoints, like It's just that stuff is super cringe. And so like I just want to lay out that like I super enjoy your content and your style. I do think though,
Wow.
and this
Hobbit follower likes Pisco. That's good to know. He likes his style.
you watching this podcast.
Who was banned? From what, Kid for Cat? Was somebody banned? I don't know what you're referring to.
Is actually an instance of you, I think, showing the other side of you. I think anybody that has just consumed, like, God, if somebody's only consumed your Rob Noor debates, let's just say, there is a picture of you that is like really bad. And I think that what you just did in reviewing that podcast kind of shows that that's not all that you are. I had DM'd you initially.
So what he's talking about before this, he was reviewing Cash Patel on a podcast with his girlfriend or whatever. So that's what he's talking about.
And when I didn't get a
Oh, you're so. Oh, wait, me? I was banned for a day from DG for joining Destiny's stream when he was away from his chair, and I talked to food shops. So, yeah, I guess that's what's being referred to.
the response, I figured I would just write a post because there's a lot of people in your community that visit the subreddit, and I figured that it might be a way that I could, at least reach out as far as that goes. So I was curious.
Yeah, I saw the post. I didn't read the whole thing.
Okay.
I read most of it, but then I messaged you when at some point you're like, I don't know if he saw a message or something, either that and somewhere that was described, and I reached out. I saw the message in my inbox. And folks, for those of you who DM me, I get like so many fucking messages that sometimes I really like. I'm trying to be better about it. I get overwhelmed by the amount of messages that are like in the unread box and all that stuff. So it's not personal. It's not me trying to like avoid stuff. And I just, but I did see it. And so given that's the case, I reached out.
I personally did not take any offense to it. I just figured that if I could put some thoughts out there and whatever happened, happened.
Pisco stream was today, right? Yes, this was today earlier at like stream live 9 hours ago. So it started at 7. So it started at 10. So this would be like 1:32-ish, around there.
I would be
1:30 to 2-ish, around there. Yeah.
Interested though. Do you have the post, or do you want me to give you the link again?
I have it ready to go. Because to show it to people. I just was waiting in case you didn't want to do that.
So I was thinking if you wanted to just start reading it, and then anything that you want me to clarify or have contention with in that moment, we could just talk about. Do you feel like that's probably a decent way to go about it, or?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Do you want to like in like a couple sentences summarize your thesis or like your broader claim, and then we can get into it so people have a context of like basically.
Oh wait, somebody said. Oh, he joined his stream to talk to Dan.
Is it about Raiders?
What's going on there?
That's just a fucking rumor, by the way. Are you gonna watch Trump's announcement and commentate on it tonight? Why? Is it about Arc Raiders? Oh, and what's up? How's life?
No, Mr. Moon's awake, so that means that Arc stuff can happen.
Wow.
Don't show too much enthusiasm; people will get the wrong idea.
I would never show too much enthusiasm ever. Don't worry.
Should I join to fuck with him?
My mic is not. Okay.
It'll be fun.
I do think that there should be a special punishment for people that like try to one-guy people's microphone settings, like audio terrorists.
Yeah.
They should. Like these people should have a label that follows them around, like a Twitter verified badge. But every site they go to is big alert. This guy's a fucking retard that probably has his audio settings fucked up.
True.
Hold on. Okay, they're not actually done anything. Let me know if they fucking start drama baiting or some shit. Hold on. Talking to some people, typing. Oh, let me play the thing.
What you're getting at?
Yeah.
Or do you want to let it speak for itself?
No, I can give like a kind of just a short. So I think that one of your biggest weaknesses is your inability to connect with people who aren't aware of your style and aren't like keyed in on how to listen to the points that you're trying to make. And so anybody that doesn't consume your content and see it kind of through your lens can kind of see you. And you mentioned it yesterday in your conversation. I can't remember if it was with Kafka before Destiny or with Destiny, that people often call you like a pedant and things like that.
Yeah.
And so I think that that there's some things that you could change in the way that you conduct yourself with certain people that might be better in the sense of like how people view you broadly.
Okay. So so basically, if I can understand the point, that there are ways in which I can approach conversations with certain people, not everybody, in a different way such that it would affect significantly how I'm perceived.
How you're perceived, but also how the conversation kind of goes. So it's a audience perception, as well as I think like a fluidity that doesn't happen in conversations that I feel like it should.
Fluidity. So also to help the conversation flow and to be like a more fulfilling conversation that gets to where the people who are having it want it to go.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's
and I talk about that in the post, so that's where I don't want to like get in. I feel like if we just go through the post, we'll kind of do.
Yeah, no, you did, I understand. Okay.
So he wrote a Reddit post. I want to talk to Pisco about it.
It says, this is the title of the post. Pisco, just be normal when you're talking to normal people, unless they give you a reason not to. There's a chance Pisco reads this, so I'll define some terms, as I imagine he'd immediately take issue with my language. I watch all of these debates on my own, and if I align with others when it comes to my criticism, that's purely coincidence, and you should take it as maybe there's something to what the criticisms are. So
it's already starting off with the post. You know, what are you saying? Be normal. Chance Pisco reads this. If there's any similarity to other people and their criticisms, it's coincidence. Okay. Kang, it sounds like a nothing burger band plus Dan hitting on individuals for whatever meaningless reason. I chill. Well, I think it's funny to drama stir, but yeah. Okay, so he's already starting off, you know. And Hobbit's post pretty reasonable so far. He's about to find terms, and he's saying, don't associate with other people's criticisms. Maybe he just has a criticism.
I understand that to be like a throat clearer. You're just basically saying, hey, I'm coming about this in good faith, and he might, I might disagree with stuff, but take it, in the spirit that's given, and it's kind of what I mean by it, and don't just assume that I believe what other people say, right?
Yeah, and like Destiny went over your conversation with Hutch, and I didn't watch it. I don't watch any kick streams, so I didn't want anybody to be like, oh, and he's just spouting off it. Yeah. So yeah, it was just to clarify that I'm coming in good faith.
Fair, Giga Chat.
Which you believe?
Exactly. Nothing wrong with drama,
That. Like Destiny went over your conversation with Hutch, and I didn't watch it. I don't watch any kick streams, so I didn't want anybody to be like, oh, and he's just spouting off it. Yeah. So yeah, it was just to clarify that I'm coming in good faith.
Right.
Which you believe that real quick before we get into it?
Oh yeah, I have no reason to doubt what I almost always give.
To be honest, it's cringe that people want to change the way Pisco acts, at least the way they suggest those changes. Maybe Kevin, Ader, but I think the way Hobbit suggested the changes is reasonable, and I think I think the way he's doing is reasonable. Now, but Hobbit wasn't saying, like, he's advocating for Pisco to change some behavior that he engaged. Like, but if Pisco if Pisco understands the criticism, he can take it or leave it. The issue that maybe we'll see is that Pisco isn't understanding the suggestion, or refuses to accept the criticism, or a bunch of stuff. Hobbit follower says, boy, was I wrong in thinking we could go over the post and that'd help. Yeah, you would think that'd help. However, didn't end up happening. Well, you guys will see.
Give to people is the presumption of good faith. So I have no reason to think that you're not coming in good faith. Okay. What I agree with your characterization to the extent that you said you didn't watch it, but if someone were to come and say basically that I'm doing this because I'm grifting or whatever, I do think that that's a bad faith accusation. But I don't think that just because other people do that you are. Okay.
All right, so he's saying just because other people were saying that Pisco's grifting or all these things, he's not saying that's what Hobbit follower is saying. Okay.
All right, cool.
Okay, cool.
Word. So the next paragraph reads in bold letters, normal. In this context is me telling you to turn off the debate brain you're used to. You're used to having debates with people that wiggle and squirm. So you have to be super duper clear on exactly what you're saying. Most people speak in a way that you state a point and you fill in the blanks and ask for clarification if needed. You often find that clarification to be an absolute necessity. It's like Andrew Wilson spending 3 hours defining terms. Level of debate. So you're describing normal as the ability to turn off the debate brain. So
he's restating what the paragraph that you just read.
Okay, yeah. That's correct, right?
Yep.
All right. Yep. So normal doesn't mean anything else in this context, right?
So he's asking, normal doesn't mean anything else. When suppose that's laid out pretty clearly what normal means. If it means something else, it'll be evident in the conversation. I would think, but he's asking for clarification. Fair enough.
I guess it just means like sometimes when I'm saying this, I'm saying it in the context of like yours and Hutch's conversation immediately after Rob Noor. So I feel like in Rob Noor, you're in that debate mode where you have to be like absolutely granular. And I feel like, and I talk about it later on, that Hutch is not somebody that you need to be in that kind of like debate mode where you're like holding somebody to account for every single point that they're saying. So that's where when I said you state a point, so somebody would state a point, I would say, hey, I believe in A, and you would kind of fill in the blanks. And then, but if there was a clarification that was needed, you would just ask at that point, kind of like a normal conversation in that we use context clues and things like that to just kind of fill in what the person might not be saying necessarily. Versus,
so he's explaining, like, it's very meta in a sense, is like, because it's referring to something that's literally happening. It was what Pisco just asked. Like, Pisco could have just not asked that and just gone with the assumption that this is all he means, and then continue. If he ends up meaning something else, then it would be evident in the conversation, and then you can address it. But instead, he's asking for a clarification now, rather than continuing reading the post to see what else is being said.
is like going through each word that they said almost and trying to figure out, well, what did you mean by this, or what did you mean by, you know, I don't want to go into
you can use them as examples. Like, yeah, I just don't want right now to debate
like a good example would be like you know, intentional, or like when you guys were debating yesterday about recklessness and the fault that somebody holds through a reckless action, or their absolute fault through doing that action, and you're trying to determine exactly what it is. Like, that's something that makes sense to go granular on. But let me look in the post real quick, because I think I say it in the Hutch section.
Yeah, I'm just asking. So I understand that as I'm hearing you say this, you're kind of elaborating the bigger point you're getting at, right? Which is like, treat Hutch differently than you treat other people, right? And different strokes for different folks.
Not just. Yeah, that is my broad point. That is my broad point.
So, and maybe I'm doing this to you right now, but I'm only just trying to, like, you said that you're going to define terms.
Maybe I'm doing this to you right now. So, I think he's right. If by maybe he means it's possible, I agree. It's possible he's doing that to Hobbit Father right now.
Right, like you said, basically, I'll define some terms that I imagine he'll really take issue with my language. And what I just asked there was, by normal, is when you say normal, I'm just confirming what I'm reading here. Normal in this context means is me telling you to turn off the debate brain you're used to. And so I'm having trouble with that, because, like, so does normal mean when I have debate brain off? And is that the only thing that you're using it to mean in this context? Because I'm going to give you an example why I'm saying this, right? Because I would say that...
Who's going to explain why he's asking? Okay, let's see why he's asking.
It's I understand normal to be like typical, right? It's typical. And when I would say, it's like, I'm treating Hutch in the way I would typically treat any debater of someone who is like a streamer, or anyone who has like a certain level of standing, or, you know, like, who isn't like just so obviously out of their depth or something. But here you're meaning something different, right? And so it's...
Well, so he said... normal means typical. I typically treat people this way, therefore that is normal for me. But that's not what Hobbit is referring to, obviously, right? Because he's saying turn off the debate brain you're used to, meaning to not not engage in the way that Pisco describes he behaves, right? Because Hobbit understands what Pisco's saying, but he's saying his preference would be that he change his behavior in this way, that he turn off the debate brain and behave differently based on that, right? So it seems like he's not getting a Hobbit suggestion. But
I'm just making sure that I understand that when you say normal in this context, the only thing you're meaning is not using debate brain, right?
No, so what I'm meaning is, so this is like one of those, and you self-admittedly said that it was.
And so when he says all you mean is not using debate brain, there's a whole paragraph of the things he means, right? The first sentence says turn off the debate brain, but then he goes on to explain what he's referring to, right?
The case, but what I'm talking about is the need to like if I say lower in the paragraph, like, I'm talking about, you know, when you're in debates with people that wiggle and squirm, you like have to catch them in every little thing, versus like what I would consider like a normal conversation would be, where somebody will say something, you'll, you know, based on priors or whatever it might be, understand what it is that they're saying, and then if needed, you will, you know, ask them a couple of clarifying questions.
Yeah, I'm basically
versus where I feel like you're.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate you right now. I'm only doing the other thing that we just described, which is like, I'm trying to understand what you mean, right? So because you start by saying you're going to define some terms, and I just want to, I'm not doing this to debate, bro. I'm just like, I want to know that I'm understanding what you're trying to communicate. That's all I'm trying to do right now. So when that's why I'm asking.
All I'm trying to communicate is that what I said in that little section is that there's a different, like, if I were to tell you, most people speak in a way that you state a point, and then you, as in you yourself, so somebody else would make a point to you, and then you yourself would fill in the blanks of what it is that they mean. If I say I'm going to go to lunch, you might ask me like, oh, well, where are you going to go to eat?
Yeah,
but you're not going to be like, well, how many calories are you going to eat? What's lunch mean? You know what I mean?
I understand what is being meant, and I'm going to have some presumption about what's being meant in certain contexts, that like I won't need to add clarifying questions for things that I understand, right? And so I understand the term normal in certain contexts, that like I won't need to add clarifying questions for things that I understand, right? And so I understand the term normal, and you're basically suggesting in the context of this conversation that you're going to use normal in a different sense than what, because, right, like what you're saying is in this context normal means this, right? And so when I ask you, I'm just confirming, right, like, what do you mean by normal in this sense? Is it because you're signaling it's something different than usual definition of normal, right?
Well, I'm doing it contextually, and you having debates or conversations or arguments, that's the context of what I mean by normal.
So you're just
normal people don't debate and go online, and, you know, so we're talking about contextually.
Yeah. So contextually, you're just helping me by saying this in this post, that you're signaling what you're trying to talk about when it comes to normalcy, right? So that it's specific to this streamer context. And so all I'm doing right now by asking, is this what you mean by normal, is clarifying what you are trying to clarify to me and to make sure I understand it. And if I don't understand it, right, like
That's all
I
he's
have
saying.
to make sure that we get clarity, right? 'Cause how can I agree to stuff that where normalcy is like a very important concept that you're trying to get me to understand? Like if I don't truly understand it, I think that I can't grant you anything, right? I need to understand what you're saying. You get me?
So I'm going to ask you, was that paragraph something that you felt like you needed to clarify?
So
Based on just
So he's getting to, like, he explained what normal meant to him. He explained what he was referring to. Pisco could just take this for granted and continue under the assumption that this is all he means. If it ends up coming up afterwards, then he can say, well, that's not what you said in the post, so let's readjust to this. But,
like, you can just reread it in your head or whatever you might want to do. Is it something that feels like you need to clarify it, or are you understanding that what I'm saying is we should be able to have a fluid conversation to where you kind of fill in the blanks as we talk, which is what I'd like this to be as much as we can, because I'm a normal person. Like I work a blue collar job. Like I'm not like I don't have a college education. All of these things. Like I consider myself to be as normal as somebody that consumes a lot of online content can be.
So all I'm saying is I thought I understood what you meant by normal here. Okay.
so if you thought he understood, then why did he ask?
Okay. I thought I did.
Okay.
And that's
cool.
So, but the thing is, I want to just confirm that I understand it. So that's why I'm like, okay, I think I know what he means. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's like, so are you suggesting? So when you have this bolded normal term, that in this context, when we're going to talk right now, all you're meaning by normal is non-debate brain mode. Is that what you mean by normal?
If by that you mean what I said further on, yes.
What do you mean?
We're talking about the fluidity of a conversation.
Oh,
like we haven't gotten past this one paragraph.
No, because I don't understand.
Saying now
is normal important?
So what Hobbit's getting at, what I'm talking about here, it's already happening. It's already happened. He's already not being normal. He's already not doing it. This is the issue Hobbit's trying to talk about, right?
Okay, I'll say it one more time, and we'll take this definition to be what it is that I'm meaning. Okay. And then if you need to ask a clarifying question, we will go from there.
Sure.
What I am saying is that what I consider a normal conversation to be a fluid conversation, whereas would you agree, just really yes or no, Pisco, would you agree?
Yes or no?
Most conversations that you have are not as fluid as maybe a conversation that you might have with a barista or somebody that you're just talking to, like an acquaintance at work or something, where you might just have small talk almost.
So Hobbit's referring to like a possible, like a spectrum of, debate broly on one side and normal on the other side. He's saying a barista, talking how you talk to a barista just in a normal way versus how Pisco talks in a debate. He's saying on the spectrum, he's pushing that direction. That's what he's referring to.
Yeah, I think
you would agree that most of the conversations you have are not like that.
Yeah, I think the kinds of
what
conversations
I'm saying.
I have. Do you want me to elaborate or just say yes? On my understanding,
just a yes or no.
Do you want me to elaborate? So yes or no. So the answer is just yes or no.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, just a yes or no. Okay, so what I'm saying is that I think that it would serve you well, not only in the conversations themselves, but when you're just trying to appeal to a larger audience or have your audience better understand what it is that you're saying, if maybe they aren't following what you're saying, is to have a more fluid conversation in that you do attempt to fill in the blanks as much as possible. And then you only ask clarifying questions that you feel are absolutely necessary to continue on the conversation.
Correct.
If I say I'm going to go travel abroad and you're my brother is going to ask me a clarifying question of, well, where are you traveling to? I need to know just in case something happens. That might be a clarifying question that somebody would ask because I just said something very broad that they actually do need to know. They need to ask multiple, sometimes clarifying questions to understand what it is that you're saying in a sentence.
So
that is my definition of normal. Is just
So he's expanding on the definition that he already included in the post. But he
a conversation
there we go.
That for the most part you only ask clarification on things that are absolutely necessary for the sake of the conversation.
Okay, so normal here is with reference to a conversation, right? So it's normal. It's not as you're using it is with reference to, because I see later on you say normal people, right? So it's not just conversations. It's what I'm saying is the concept of normalcy. Does it apply both to people and to conversations? Because the definition you.
So he's asking, well, does normal apply to people and conversations? If he would continue reading the post, the next sentence, normal people in this context are ... He's literally about to explain it in the fucking post, but Pisco's still stuck on his first paragraph, so he hasn't gotten there yet. So he's not going to know the answer, where he could know it if he just kept reading for a bit.
Provided just then related to the fluidity of a conversation, but later there's this concept of normal people, and the only reason I'm asking these questions.
Because in the title, hold on, in the title I say, Pisco, just be normal. So I'm telling you to be normal when you're talking to normal people, and that's why I separate the two. Is because in the title I say I clarify all three little parts of that makes sense to separate from each other. So I'm telling you to be normal.
With fluid
and you might ask me, well, what does normal mean?
It means fluid.
And
right?
then we yes.
Okay. So a person who is apt to have fluid conversations and prefers fluid conversations as you understand them, those are normal people, right?
I would say that normal people talk that way. Yes.
Wait a second. So if I normal.
So already they're getting hung up when he could just keep reading the post and he would understand, or at least have a better understanding of what Hobbit follower means, and then he could ask for clarification if there's a misunderstanding. But Pisco isn't been saying, I'm misunderstanding. He's saying, I just want to be 100% sure that you're not leaving anything out. You're not gonna, like...
People, you mean average people in that context? So is there a different notion of normal that's applying to people as opposed to the fluidity of the conversation? You understand why I'm asking these questions?
Saying more, I would say that a majority of people.
So what Hobbit should have done, really, is just say, normal people, I'm literally just read the next paragraph. Literally just need to read the next paragraph. That's what he just should have said, instead of humoring Pisco's granularity when he's asking this, but...
Speak in the way that I just said.
Got it, right. So the majority
of people,
majority. Okay, so there is a sense of normalcy which is different than another, right? So one sense of normalcy is with reference to the average of people, right? And another sense of normalcy relates to the nature of a conversation. Fair?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
So that's all I'm trying to clarify here is to because I respect I respect your time, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding the concept that you're raising. And so what you're suggesting to me is the kind of ought here, the kind of what you're saying I should do is only ask clarification questions when I think it's strictly necessary to continue the conversation, and don't seek clarification when you don't think it's necessary, right?
I will grant that to you, in that I am worried that you're going to say, well, I do think that these things are important, and that's what I understand. So I would like if we could just move on to the next part, and then if we need to,
he's just, please can we move on?
And we'll get more into it in the examples.
Got it. So after you're clarifying normalcy here with respect to debate brain and what most people are apt to do in the conversation, which we just sort of grounded down, you say in all bold letters, normal people in this context are people that you haven't spoken to, that seem to give off the energy of someone who might not have every single thing in their life grounded in some moral, ethical, legal foundation. So
already he's not finished with the paragraph, but he's already going on with another thing.
Normal people is a set of people that seem to give off a certain kind of energy, that their life is not in every aspect grounded morally, ethically, legally, or foundationally.
You would say that most people haven't thought about their all of these foundational principles in their lives. So you would agree with that, right?
I would, but it would include me if I'm taking this literally. How do you want me to take it? Literally or not literally?
So he's already asking, do you want me to take this literally or not literally? So the paragraph is pretty simple there. So when he's asked, do you mean literally? He means, do you literally mean every single thing? When you say every single thing, do you mean literally every single thing, or is it an exaggeration? Now, Pisco, if you were a little more normal, as Hobbit is trying to suggest he should be, or at least behave in interactions, would understand that given the context of what is being said, probably, most likely, he was not meaning literally every single thing. Because when I pick up my bottle of water and take a drink from it, that wasn't grounded in some moral, ethical, legal foundation, right? So it's impossible for this to be the case, that every single thing in your life is grounded in that. And very few people would fit this definition. And that definition will not apply to anybody that is being referred to in these conversations. And also, right after that sentence, he says, Hutch is an example of a normal person. And obviously, this is in contrast to Pisco, who the post is about, and yet he can't just do it. I don't know. Gang, I don't know, maybe I was blind when Pisco was in DG, but I swear Pisco never used stalling redefining debate tactics like this. It's hard to watch. I don't know. I think he's always been kind of this way, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think he's changed that much. If people say he's changed, I don't think he's changed that much. And I think that's true, but yeah.
You can take it however you want to take it. We'll continue on.
If I take it literally, then this includes me, because not every part of my life is grounded in some moral, ethical, or legal foundation. So I'm a normal person on this video.
I'm not meaning for you to take it literally.
No, but why is it wrong? You sound annoyed. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. Why is that wrong?
So he says first of all, Hobbit never said it's wrong to do this, right? He says you sound annoyed. Just because somebody sounds annoyed doesn't mean it's wrong for the thing that you just did to have been done. It could just mean that it's annoying, right? Which is kind of what Hobbit's getting at. He's not saying that it's wrong to do that thing. He's just saying it's annoying. It's gonna make things difficult. It's gonna whatever, right? That's what he's getting at. Not that it's wrong for him to do the things he's doing. And maybe Pisco's playing it up because of the criticism, but he's literally doing it. Like did Pisco genuinely think it was possible that Hobbit follower meant literally every single thing? Maybe he thought there was a possibility of that. However, on the balance of probability, I'm sure Pisco would say probably it was an exaggeration versus it was meant literally.
So One, I'm not annoyed. This is just my voice. Just so you know, this is just my voice.
Okay.
I
It feels
almost
like you're
zero
annoyed
input.
that I'm like, okay, I'm telling you how I could understand it. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying. I want to understand it.
I'm saying most things. When I say every single thing, I wrote this in a way to get you to kind of grapple with what it is that I'm talking about. So when I say every single thing in their life, I'm not literally meaning if you have one thing in your life that's not grounded. You really love pizza, despite all of the other things that make you ethically against the consumption of meat or dairy products or whatever it might be.
But that's why
for some reason, pizza.
I'm asking.
That's why he's asking.
You
No,
don't mean
that's what I'm
literally,
saying.
right? What you're suggesting is like.
No, I do not mean literally.
Okay, got it.
I do not mean literally.
All right, that's all I'm asking. I'm aware
Yeah,
that
I know.
Okay, Hutch is an example of a normal person who
He knows that's all Pisco's asking, but that doesn't make it not annoying.
dabbles in some of these things, but isn't hyper fixated on the granular understanding of them. Okay, on some of these things that is grounded moral, ethical, or legal foundations.
Right.
Okay. Maybe he's not hyper fixated on the granular understanding of them, and so maybe I would agree with this characterization, where normal is meaning what you mean by it, and so on this definition of normal people, I would grant that Hutch doesn't give off that impression, and therefore is normal under this view.
Would you say that you give off? Would you consider
would say that
yourself
I'm
a normal person?
Not on this view. No.
Okay.
Oh, so he understands exactly what was being said, and he was willing to grant it, and yet for some reason that took quite a while to get there, right? Even though he understands exactly what was being meant, and he understands, oh, according to this framework, it wouldn't apply to Hutch, but it would apply to him. And that's obviously what was being said, because the whole point is Pisco's not behaving normally, therefore, like, and not acting like a normal person versus the other people who are normal people. But yeah.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to continue?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Unless they give you a reason not to, all bold. In this context is where you'd believe you would believe. In this context,
Where yeah.
Is this a definition of a term? I guess I'm not sure. What are you defining?
So this is all going towards the title. So I said, Pisco, just be normal when you're talking to normal people, unless they give you a reason not to. So I'm telling you, talk to them in this way until they do
Got
this.
it. Thank you. I understand now. I do understand now. In this context is where you believe you're speaking to a normal person, and all of a sudden they start giving hints of being more than they are. And so you're saying treat them in the normal way, which is made without debate brain, unless they when you're talking to normal people, by which you mean people who don't appear to have every single thing in their life grounded in some more ethical legal foundation, unless you believe that they're like sort of they start giving the vibes that change your view of them. This seems redundant.
Vazaraka said, it seems like Pisco is trying to establish premises to build to a conclusion. He might not have a specific conclusion in mind, but he thinks if they agree on the premises and the conclusion follows, then they should agree, but that isn't always the case, as I tried to show earlier. Maybe you might be right, Vazaraka. However, Pisco need not grant the premise yet. He could read the whole thing and then read the conclusion, ask Hobbit Follower to clarify, and then he could start critiquing the premises or the conclusion. But instead, he's doing it part by part, sentence by sentence, instead of asking a question that could be answered in the next sentence he's about to read. He's just asking and making it take longer than it needs to be, right?
They're not talking normal. Like where all of a sudden somebody starts doing that wiggly, squirmy shit, where it's like, okay, there's an issue here.
Can you tell me why it's not redundant? Because presumably, if I get it would be enough to say treat normal people, just be normal when talking to normal people, unless they give a reason not to. You can say just be normal when you're talking to normal people, because if I get the indication that they're not a normal person, that will be subsumed under normal people, right? So is this doing anything?
I'm very redundant in how I speak.
No, I'm just clarifying. So it is a redundant.
No, I'm just telling you that I am. Yes.
All right, cool. So the only thing to do, there's one prescription and one only, which is treat normal people, be normal when talking to normal people, right? And obviously, by if I start to think that normal people are not in fact normal people, then the prescription.
Also, when he says prescription, technically this would be a prescription. However, Hobbit Follower is not putting any moral weight on what needs to be done. He's just saying, like, this is just a suggestion for what he thinks Pisco could change, and it would make X, Y, and Z thing better, right?
Of be normal goes away, right?
Right.
Got it. Cool. And that's subsumed by the until. All right. So now we have some examples or some further narrative or elaboration. After watching your debate with Yellow Swag 420, pretty sure that was his name, Hutch and Loner, it's almost painful to listen to, even for someone who consumes a lot of debate content. You come off as someone who, instead of trying to understand the other person, you're trying to catch them and destroy everything they are saying. I understand when you're speaking to someone like Rob, it is a life or death battle, because he will immediately claim victory and say he won a debate. Do you think Hutch was trying to do this? What about Loner? Yellow Swag, I think, called you out, so I could imagine you're going into thinking. I could imagine you're going into that thinking you're going to have a contentious conversation. I'm going to break down a couple things from the two conversations to make it clear that you were debating in a completely different lane than your counterparts. I mean, I disagree with some of the characterizations of this, but would you want me to get into them or keep reading?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So, like, well, I guess there are more questions.
Now he asks, which he could have asked before, right? He asked it now, like, do you want me to keep reading? Or maybe he understood what he didn't understand before, but he could have asked that earlier, right? He could have said, do you want me to keep reading these paragraphs to understand the definitions you were trying to lay out, or instead start critiquing it. But there you go.
You're not stating it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You asked, do you think Hutch was trying to do this? The answer is no.
Well, yeah.
And same with loner. When I clarify my terminology, it's not because I think that my interlocutor is, or the person I'm talking to is like trying to fuck with me. It oftentimes, sometimes even exclusively, is so that I don't get clipped saying something.
Well, the questions were a little rhetorical. Obviously, it's a direct question, so it's fair enough for him to answer. But when he says, do you think Hutch was trying to do this? He's saying Hutch was not doing something that Rob was doing. Therefore, you shouldn't have done the thing from the sentence before, which was coming off as someone who, instead of trying to understand the other person, trying to catch them and destroy everything they're saying. When he says this is appropriate for someone like Rob Noir, but not appropriate for someone like Hutch or Lonerbox, or perhaps, and he says perhaps with YOLO Slag it was appropriate because of the circumstances, right? Yeah. Fudge says there isn't normal people in this space. I disagree. There are very normal people in these spaces.
Like it's happening with a lot of these people who are flipping and like intentionally misunderstanding. So oftentimes when I'm doing that, it is not for the intention of me treating them like Rob.
Yeah, that's why I said it kind of comes off.
Okay, it comes off that way.
So that's, yes.
Okay, cool. Hutch. You and Hutch argue a lot on Live and Learn. I use the word argue intentionally because I think all around you guys are friends and the arguments are along the margins and you're doing it to share your point of view on something you otherwise agree with each other 95%. Yeah, I agree with that. And your Ethan conversation with Hutch, you immediately went to super duper debate mode. I disagree with this.
Okay.
So
just keep reading until you find another disagreement, because the following parts are so go ahead.
Now they're getting it. You just keep reading and then you could attack the disagreements that you have.
You don't want me to is it important to the rest of your argument that the characterization that I went to super duper debate mode? Is that like an important fact?
The next sentence is explain why I think you were that way, yes.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you just came off from debating Rob and you may have been amped up. No. That's not why. So the conversation, I hope you would agree, like, we started by shooting the shit on like Newsom and talking about some politics stuff and Republicans, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then after that, when we went into the conversation about Ethan, I started off by just like, hey, we all agree this matters, right? Is that super debate mode? I'm basically saying from a big picture, I'm trying to avoid like getting right into specifics and just being like,
left for a second and came back and skipped to the live and was 2 minutes behind. Have you checked chat yet? Oh shit, I haven't been looking at chat. Fuck. My bad. I've just been analyzing the arguments. We'll keep an eye on chat and see. Some Pisco pushes back on Hutch, arguing with him. DG already hallucinates Pisco losing arguments, so imagine how rabid they'd be if Pisco actually misspoke or had bad takes. They'd be splooging.
Like from a big picture, like
Wow.
Can we just all agree that what we're talking about here matters and that we don't think it's just like something that doesn't matter? I don't understand why that's super debate mode.
So, would you generally think that most people talk about, like, you would consider that conversation a meta conversation, right? Like that part of the conversation, I guess.
Oh yes, I called it as such in the conversation. I think it's a
meta. You self-admittedly you said like that. I think that this meta conversation is important.
They're saying this is 100% of feelings argument.
And so what I'm meaning to say when I say this is, obviously, again, I'm not literally meaning immediately you went into super debate mode. I'm just saying that right from the start, I think that you could have started the conversation in a way that didn't immediately need to get into the meta of the conversation that you have not yet had. So I think that like one of the things that kind of turned me off on that debate, especially, or conversation or argument or however you want to phrase it, is that you really didn't get into much substance. And I think that that's something that if somebody doesn't like those super granular or even a meta conversation to begin with, I think that it's hard when like if you put a title in talking to Hutch about our disagreements on the Ethan lawsuit, you would go to that conversation thinking,
it says there's a debate rigor and resilience that's also valid.
Like, oh, I'm going to hop into this, and they're going to be talking about their disagreements on the substance of the lawsuit. Is the lawsuit, what's I mean, your niche is legal analysis. So you go into that conversation thinking like, oh, I'm going to be hearing Pisco and what he's talking about with the legal analysis, and it didn't start that way. Do you agree that
because Hutch shut down all substance, it was all surface level, but Denim's bad, is what somebody in chat says. I get the vibe that Color wants to base with people you generally agree with to be more like a podcast interview type deal.
That you really didn't get into like the substance of the conversation.
He's good at that because you don't want to spend hours debating something only to have the other person throw up their hands and say it's just trauma and not a
for quite a while.
Well, so I think the answer to that is yes, the substance of the merits there. The reason why I started the way I did wasn't to get into super debate mode. It was to define what the substance was.
Okay. So already with what Pisco's saying, right? So he says, when I was bringing that up, I wasn't doing it to get into super debate mode. I was doing it to get into what the conversation. What did he say?
Why I started the way I did wasn't to get into super debate mode. It was to define what the substance was.
It was to define what the substance was. Okay. So it wasn't this. It was this. However, trying to find what the substance was is not incongruent with Pisco being in super duper debate mode. Those are not two incongruent things that necessarily can exist together. It's possible that Pisco was trying to get the substance, and also he was in super duper debate mode. So that's not really responsive to what he's saying. Hobbit isn't saying you weren't trying to get to the substance. He was saying you were in super duper debate mode.
In other words, I'm basically saying, what do you want to talk about? That's what I'm asking. Like, because for me, right, I can see the legal argument. I think the legal argument is like trivial. To the extent that there's like anything more than I need to add on the legal stuff, it's to just put down.
So he's explaining his mindset at the moment. That doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not he was in super duper debate mode. Because when he's saying super duper debate mode, he's referring to the way Pisco was acting, not necessarily his state of mind at the moment.
The notion that the intentional state of malice is a critical part of copyright or anything. That is like the extent of which maybe they're just because people are contending it. But I view the legal arguments as kind of trivial and like not interesting and conceded. And so there's nothing to be debated about with the legal stuff because everyone acknowledges their strong cases, except for apparently Denham's. And so when I start out, when I say like, do you care about whether this lawsuit is justified? That's me saying like, do you want to have this conversation? Because if you don't care about it, and if you don't think it's important, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the things that you want to talk about. And so you say, well, people would expect to see you engaging with the substance. That question is precisely me in good faith looking at Hutch and saying, hey, Hutch, do you want to talk about this? Do you care about this? I have an intuition that he cares about it. I think he does care about it. That's why we're having the conversation. But this is just me confirming you actually care about whether the lawsuit is ethical to file or not. I didn't think that was going to be a hard concession or acknowledgement. If you don't like the word concession there, a hard acknowledgement. I didn't think we were going to. I thought he was going to say, yeah, of course I care about this. Okay, great, let's talk about it. That's what I thought it was going to go into. So the meta of it is the opposite of bad faith. It's me trying to be like, hang on, like, what do you want to talk about, Hutch? What aspect of this interests you? And do you care about whether it was ethical or not? I don't think that do you think that there's something wrong with that? And if there is, I'm all ears on how you think I should have started that conversation instead.
So understanding what it is that you are finding important to lay as like a groundwork for the conversation that you're going to have, you could just say, hey, so my disagreement generally with the lawsuit is that I don't believe that Ethan is doing this for strictly legal matters. Would you agree with that? And you could ask him that. And if he says, well, yeah, I would agree that there's probably multiple reasons why he's doing this. And you could say,
then you could just get into the conversation. Or,
oh, okay, but you do agree that, you know, that there might be some things that are not strictly legal as to why he filed the lawsuit to begin with. And I think Hutch would have immediately conceded that. And I think he did multiple times as you guys were in that meta conversation, because multiple times Hutch said, like, I'm telling you that there might be multiple things that are causing Ethan to file the lawsuit. And he said that multiple times throughout the conversation. And so I think that just this kind of gets into like the talking normally. Do you think that, did I just mischaracterize in my like little hypothetical how you could have gone into it? Did I just mischaracterize what it is that you were actually trying to ask Hutch?
Yeah, you did.
Ooh, mischaracterized.
What I wanted to ask.
Yikes, Hobbit follower. Can't believe you're mischaracterizing him.
Was whether or not, the first thing I wanted to ask him was, do you have an interest in this topic?
Well, he clearly does, right?
I think so, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the case.
So he's already saying he does believe Hutch has an interest in this, but he wanted to make sure that was the case. And so they looped on this for a long time instead of just doing it. Pisco could have just assumed that he had the belief, or he could have just asked quick confirmation. I'm pretty sure you care about this because of this reason. Do you want to have this conversation?
There are people who don't
will give you any indication that he does not have interest in it.
Because of my experience with people, I suspect he does, but my experience with people arguing this is many people say, what you're talking about with the lines, what you're talking about with the ethics of bringing the lawsuit doesn't matter. The only thing that matters, it doesn't affect the legal merits of the case, and so why are we talking about it? You would agree that there's like a lot of people who are saying that. Do you disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
What I would disagree with is...
Well, I don't remember if Hobbit says it after this or not, but the real disagreement would be Hutch isn't all people, so you should probably say something that's more specific to Hutch.
That I think that Hutch's interest is almost entirely on those other things that you just said, that you're clarifying whether or not he finds those things interesting. And I would say that, and you're not trying to say that you're unaware. Well, no, I'm asking you. You're not trying to say that you're unaware that Hutch has spent a significant amount of time. I would say 20 plus, and that's me trying to be super conservative with a number. I would imagine is much more than that, but 20 plus hours just talking about what it is that you find interesting about the case, because you've already admitted legally you think Ethan has, like, it's kind of open and shut on how it is. I mean, there's things that could be said, but like, sure, yeah, he has a pretty good basis for his. Okay. Yeah. So you don't think that Hutch spent 20 plus, you don't think Hutch spent 20 plus hours going over legal analysis over it, and that he's strictly wanting to talk about the legal framework in which Ethan is going about this, right?
No, I think that he is approaching. So let me answer your question. I think he's deeply invested in some of the ethics behind what's going on here, as relates Denham's, as relates Hassan, as relates Rogan, as relates basically everyone but Ethan, is where I'm not sure that he wants to analyze the ethics of Ethan's conduct. The reason I'm not sure about that is I haven't seen him cover it or scrutinize it at all. Only to the extent that we're talking about the bad actions of other people, but independent of whether Ethan's response was justified. And so the reason I'm asking it is because it's genuine. I want to know whether or not he cares to analyze it, because you just acknowledged, right? And it's not like, it's not controversial. There are a lot of people who don't care about it. They don't care whether what Ethan did was justified from an ethical perspective. And after I talk about it a little bit, you'll see the comments say, who the fuck cares about this? Who made Pisco the ethics guy? He knows the case is legal, and so he's just doing this to bloviate for whatever reason.
Who made
Who
him
cares
the
about
ethics
stuff?
guy?
And so because I face a lot of people who have said such things, and because I have an intuition that Hutch has analyzed the ethics of other people involved in this, I just want to get a confirmation that he actually does want to have a discussion. Because if he doesn't care about whether Ethan's actions are justified, then it's a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler. We don't have to talk about it if he doesn't want to.
So this gets into where I say, like, unless I give you a reason not to. So, like, let's say you had just asked a clarifying question of, like, hey, do you think it's more interesting to talk about the legal side of this, or like the ethical / moral arguments behind it? And he would most likely say the ethical and moral arguments. And then you...
Oh, fuck. Wait, is Destiny watching this debate? Is he literally watching this? No way.
You can... I think that you could have immediately gone into the substance of the moral and ethical side of things. And then, unless...
No, but I was interested in the meta part. Wait, no, but I was interested in the meta part. I wanted to ask him, see if he cared about it.
I wanted to have the meta conversation.
You're saying skip it, but I'm interested in it.
Give you any, I earlier on said, did Hutch give you any indication that wasn't the case? And I don't think that you know Hutch, right? So
Mindwaves is in Pisco's chat. Said, this feigning concern over an innocent and useful clarifying question is so lame. Wow. I didn't know Mindwaves was still around.
Like, I don't think...
Oh god, shut the fuck up. Why are we still going on about this crap? Someone asks.
Anything that he's done in the streams that he's covered this would give you any indication.
The reason it's still being gone over is because Pisco wanted to talk with Hobbit Faller and is letting them talk.
That he wouldn't be interested in that conversation.
There are some things.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, there are things. That's not the case. There are things that make me think that he is not interested in the conversation.
And that is that you haven't heard him talk about Ethan's.
I haven't heard him weigh. Yeah, I haven't heard him weigh the ethics of whether it was justified to bring the lawsuit. That's but he has weighed on other things related to what's going on. Now, there are cases in which, for example, on the other lawsuit that shall not be named, I have refrained from talking about it for reasons. And
I think he means Pixie's lawsuit.
I'm open. Like, yes, I do not want. And so if someone tried to talk to me about that, I would say I don't want to talk about it. And that's
this has happened before. Whenever I brought up even tangential stuff to Destiny lawsuit, he has said that. So that's accurate.
The fact that I haven't talked about it, in addition to my statement saying I don't want to talk about it, is a reason to think that I don't want to talk about it. And it's the same thing. Like I told you just then, right? I don't really want to get into the substance as much on the Ethan stuff because we've done it to death and it's boring everybody. But another reason why I think that Hutch maybe doesn't want to, that's some indication that he might not want to have a conversation, is because I haven't seen him get into an analysis about whether it would be justified to file the lawsuit. That's a reason. Maybe he's done it somewhere. I haven't heard it.
So I understand what you're saying. I could go back and watch it. I don't know that the way that you phrased it made it sound like you're saying, I understand you have disagreements with the other side of the case, whether it's Frogan or Denims or Caseytron. I understand that you think that they have done things that are wrong. I don't feel like you were approaching it in a way that you're saying like, hey, my actual reason that I want to talk to you is that I don't feel like you're taking into consideration the things that Ethan might have done wrong by bringing this lawsuit. So that's where like my whole point is that.
Yeah, because Hobbit Faller is kind of getting at, if Pisco thinks Hutch might not be interested in Ethan's ethics, in the morality of Ethan's actions or the justifications or whatever, then Pisco would probably try to convince him why he should care. So that would be a conversation to have, or he would, do that. Like what? Duh. So he could just do that instead of.
Like when you start to get into those things, there's just a way that you could just ask things in I guess a more like a simpler way, a less granular way. You might be asking a clarifying question about things or trying to get to the root of things, but you're not doing it in a way that causes somebody to feel like they're on the defense all of a sudden, where Hutch doesn't know. Like you would agree with me that there were points that Hutch hesitated to answer.
Yes. Because
I think he didn't know what your next question would be. Do you feel like that's a productive thing to do?
To do what? For him not to hesitate? For him to hesitate? Is it productive for him to hesitate?
That's it, but yo, what's up, Cryptic? Oh shit, Kang, heading to DG, Global Dinner. Oh, see ya, Kang. Yeah, I was gonna say, if Destiny's really watching this conversation, fuck that, I'll just go offline and watch that. I don't know what Destiny has to think about it. Who knows?
No, I'm saying, like, do you want Hutch to feel like if he says something wrong, you're going to attack him for it,
No.
or like he needs to know what your next thing is. So
No.
would you say that that might be something that happened though? You would agree that that is something that it felt like happened?
Unfortunately, I think that that's the incident sometimes of just trying to get clarity, is that people don't like that, especially in these conversations. I don't know that if it's necessary to get clarity, by which I mean like it's by here I don't mean strictly necessary, just like if it's
By which he means.
productive to the end of the conversation that I want to have.
Destiny isn't watching this drama slop, he's running it down in arc raiders. Oh damn. The arc
I
raiders.
just need to get clarity, and so I want to share my screen with you if that's okay with you, and I want to know how you think I could approach the start of the conversation where I'm asking if he cares at all better and how you would have phrased it. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna share with you. 1 second. Share my screen.
Okay, so watching the clip.
And you can see that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I think a good outcome of will do action straight at me.
That
No, fine.
at okay, so you. Let's start. So
Dabbled a little bit on the pod. Why don't we unpack it a little bit more?
So basically, I have this view that
You listen to a small chunk. I don't know. He's doing the whole thing. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I think that
Hobbit, you want me to go in there and tell him he should listen to the whole thing? What do you think, Hobbit?
we need to be clear regarding what we're talking about in this controversy. Are we talking about the legal justification for a lawsuit? Are we talking about the ethical justification for bringing the lawsuit, by which we mean ought the lawsuit be brought? Or are we talking about like other misconduct? Does that affect the ethical outlook? And I kind of have different views on this lawsuit. And I can talk about my incentives for even commenting on it. But in general, I think that a lot of my views have been misconstrued or misinterpreted to be something that they're not. And I think that what I'm proposing
So this is what
is
he
not
started off
actually
with.
a very controversial view at all. And that most of the disagreement with my view has to do with like perceptions about my motivations or about relevance or emphasis. And so that's basically like kind of my starting set of assumptions is like, let's be clear about what we're talking about and let's see if we agree. And then let's talk about why it matters.
So already, all that he said, right? He says, I don't think my position's actually that crazy, basically. What are we talking about? Are we talking about this, or this? Like, he could just say the things he wants to talk about and then talk about those things, right? He doesn't have to ask, are we talking about this, or this? He could simply talk about what he wants to talk about. He could talk about I think people are misinterpreting me. And then say what it is he thinks, right? But instead, this is how he began it, right?
Any problem with what I said there?
That took entirely too long.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying like I feel like you could say, because your interest is to talk about the ethics of what it is that's going on. So you could just say, hey, people are misconstruing what it is that I'm saying. So what I'd like to talk about is, are we more concerned with the ethics of this or the legality of this?
Oh, wait, hold on. Cryptic said, Zip, one of these, you need to do 1v1 against Pisco and debate him the goal of ideas. So since then, it's time to mop it. Well, later today, earlier when Pisco ended stream, he said he might go online later. So if he goes online and he's doing call-ins, I will try to get in there and mop up the piss, as you put it, Cryptic. Yo, what's up, Kev? Hobbit said, I mean, it's up to you if you're gonna also give commentary that he can bounce off of. Sure, otherwise don't worry about it. I don't know. I mean, I was just gonna see what he thought, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe once I've listened to more of it.
And then you just have him answer what that question is.
Well, no, because
So
I want to ask
what Hobbit said. Hold on. What Hobbit just said.
I feel like you could say, because your interest is to talk about the ethics of what it is that's going on. So you could just say, hey, people are misconstruing what it is that I'm saying. So what I'd like to talk about is, are we more concerned with the ethics of this or the legality of this? And then you just have him answer what that question is.
Well, no, because I want to ask a question, right? You understand that?
Sure.
I'm trying to get clarity
Well,
on what he cares about.
so he could just ask that. So he could just say, this is what I want to talk about. Do you care about this? And that's all it had to be. But instead, he said everything he said.
So what I'm introducing there.
What I just said doesn't introduce or ask that same thing where you say, I think people are misconstruing what my issue is with the case. You could even clarify that because...
Sip, you're talking to Hobbit later? I talked to Hobbit earlier. But I mean talking to Pisco later, perhaps. So because my stream title is unclear on that. I'll leave it as it is. Ambiguous. But yeah, possibly talking to Pisco later. And Hobbit, if he wants to talk, he can join the server. Or he can join stream. If he wants to react. But yeah. I don't know if he cares, to be honest. Oh, well, yeah. I don't think he cares. Lol, if you end up debating Pisco live on stream, the anti-fans will start seething. Do we end up donating another 1k? Cryptic. What? That's literally what happened last time I talked to Pisco for I think twice for like 5 hours each. That's exactly what's happening. People like, the only reason one of my conversations with Pisco ended is because people were fucking pissed and wanted me to get kicked out. Like, that's literally what happened. So yeah, that's absolutely what happened if I was debating Pisco, most likely. Kevin Nader, will you watch the press meeting tonight? Tucker Carlson, Bachelor Semester said Trump will announce war with Venezuela. Yeah, that's at 9, right? I would probably watch that because Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if yeah, it's if that's what he's gonna say. I mean, I wanted to see if that's what he's gonna say, because if so, we're kind of cooked. That's some crazy shit. Doobie's paying Pisco's rent. True. Critic. Warlord, what do you want to talk to Pisco about this conversation? I think he was saying a lot of things, and I think he was confusing Hobbit, saying some incorrect things. I think he was just being a little slimy. He takes issue with that. But I don't know necessarily that he was doing it intentionally. I think there's so many terms and so much shit being thrown around that I think he was genuinely confusing himself and making bad arguments because he was confused himself on all the terms, possible, probable. You'll see later maybe if we watch the whole thing, but there's so much shit in this that just made me absolutely fucking pissed off.
I actually think that there is legal merit to the case. So I'm curious, are you more interested in the legal matters that are dealt with here, or are you more concerned with the ethical part of this?
Yeah, I think that would have been a more concise way to do it. What I oppose is like the notion that this is like a debate brain thing to do. Like I'm trying to basically be open and say, like, what do we think? What do we want to talk about?
I would not say that what you just did is debate brain. I would just say it's wordy. I would say
I agree it's wordy, and I can be wordy. But the thing is, like, I don't think right now I'm treating Hutch as though he has everything grounded out. I don't think I'm treating him like in the style of
I would agree with that.
Like, so far we haven't seen that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, cool.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if I have a
Because
strong interest
in my criticisms, I was not strictly talking about the initial.
Listen to what Hutch just says here. Listen to what Hutch says. Okay.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about.
So what Hobbit was about to say, I wasn't necessarily talking about this part when I was talking about the behavior that he's critiquing, but Pisco was making about this one clip instead of the whole conversation. He was talking in general about the sort of thing that was happening. All right. Cosmic, there's not much merit to Hobbit's claims. Be normal is a vague prescription. Well, but Cosmic Stray, if we go back and read the post, maybe somebody have a link to the post. But like, dude, the be normal is a vague prescription. You're right. Just saying be normal would be a vague prescription. However, he had a paragraph of what he meant by be normal, which he meant don't do the debate bro shit that you were doing, referring to, and he has examples of here's where I think you did this and weren't being normal. So start the concession agreement counter, put it on the screen. I want to know how many times that fucking happens. I don't know how to do that, Hobbits, but maybe. Jesus, long thing. Hold on, Cryptic. Hold on, I think I missed a chat I want to respond to. So what did somebody say? Kevin Nader said, Pease also addressed the thing I DM'd you earlier about the Ryan debate. Pisco went off before I could ask him about the tweet. Oh, wait, Kevin Nader, your test? I might have known that, but I forgot. Oh, Hobbit follower just DM'd me the Reddit post. Let's see the Reddit post. This is the Reddit post. Pisco, just be normal when talking to normal people unless they give you a reason not to. So just say if this was just the prescription, I agree with you. Who said that just now? Was it Cosmic Stray? If it was just this sentence, I agree with you. Yes, there's not much merit to it because that's a vague prescription. However, he goes on to define this is what he means by normal. This is what he means by normal people. This is what he means by unless they give you a reason not to. And this is what he's referring to. This example. And he goes on and says, again, what he means by be normal. So the prescription was not just be normal. There was a lot more things here. However, he hasn't even gotten to read it yet. They're still here. They haven't even gone to this. Or well, they're they're here. This is where they're at. He didn't even finish the Hutch paragraph, right? So that's where they're at so far, and yet that's what's happening. Okay, Cryptic says the most annoying part is when Pisco is epically contempt banned banana like bro. BE is essentially an internet terrorist. Docs Pisco's own friend on live stream, and Pisco's like, from what I know, BE's reputation is a bad guy, but I need to look into myself. I don't know enough to make that determination. I don't think he said that last part, but sure. Baby Bless Me says stolen dump truck just crashed. What? Quick meme. What's this about? Whoa.
See the driver get out.
Dump truck crashes during pursuit.
Area at the top,
holy
so
shit.
I don't know if the windshield broke or.
Well, and they got the guy.
The driver's the only person in there either.
That's crazy.
That canine.
Kevin says, yep, Kevin is the name for which you get bullied in Germany. I use this name as a meme. I got that dogs and had to change my Discord name. Oh, well, rip. I'm sorry to hear that, Kevin. Cosmic Stray. The issue Pisco was having was that Hutch was hiding in a nebulous world of mixed motives and culpability that couldn't be disentangled with a casual conversation. I think that's a stretch, Cosmic Stray. But that also, like, he could suss out the mixed motives and culpability, and that wouldn't necessarily be but he could absolutely have had a more casual conversation than the one he had, which is what Hobbit follower is suggesting. I'm the real Kev. Yo, Kev99. There's 2 Kevs now. You guys should fight for which one of you is the real Kev. Kev99. This is the OG Kev in my chat. That is true. I don't know if that was the issue Pisco was having necessarily, Cosmic Stray. But maybe.
I don't know if I have a
Because
strong interest
in my
conversation
criticisms, I was not strictly talking about the initial thought.
Listen to what Hutch just says here. Listen to what Hutch says, okay?
Let's listen to what
I don't know
Hutch
if I have a
just
strong
said.
interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not.
So Hutch says, I don't think I am necessarily interested in having a conversation about whether ought the lawsuits have been brought. That doesn't necessarily disagree with his contention that he would be interested in talking about the morality of these particular things. He's not interested in the particular should he have done it conversation.
So right there is
Okay.
expressing
Which a conversation about should he have done it or not, which I'm using that in place of ought the lawsuits have been brought. That particular conversation is not necessarily the same one as I want to talk about the morality of bringing the lawsuit. Those two things are obviously entangled, but that isn't necessarily disagreeing. But because Pisco worded it in that way, that's how Hutch responded. So now they're going to keep going, right? Cosmic, how would you casually frame Pisco's complaint to Hutch's dodge? I'm not sure what you mean by Hutch's dodge, but Pisco began this conversation, right? Pisco could have said any number of things. He could have said, hey, here's my position. People have been misinterpreting my position. I think it's unreasonable. But here's what it is. Do you have a disagreement? Or do you want to have this conversation about this? Are you even interested in this? And then he could have said yes or no, and then he could have continued the conversation. Instead, it was like a 10-minute thing where they had to talk about what does he mean by ought to, what is all these things. Cryptic, those wasn't a direct quote. I was paraphrasing. Eventually, Pisco did answer the affirmative. Yes, Bedhampton is bad, but he was so dodgy about it. I don't necessarily agree that he was being dodgy about it. Kind of, but yeah. I know where you're referring to, Cryptic. I will say I hate Pisco way less than a lot of you, I think. But I do agree it was weasel language in the way he referred to the Bedhampton things. But it's because he's so particular that it sounds that way. But the criticism that Hobbit Follower is living here, and one that I would partly agree with, is he doesn't need to be that anal. He could just be normal and just say, yeah, but empanada is bad from the get-go, and that's it. If someone asked him, but can you justify bad empanada is being bad? Show me evidence that bad empanada is bad. Then he could just find the evidence. Because as Pisco later says, he is aware of the bad things, some bad things that bad empanada has done. He could just appeal to the things that he already knows, because he already has knowledge of it. Cryptic says, the whole segment on denims reminded me of the Trump tactic. Well, I don't know about, I'm hearing about this for the first time. I'm going to need to look into it first, and I'll get back to you. A little bit. Cosmic. He doesn't watch much of the bad empanada contest, so his ignorance can sound dodgy. But Cosmic, he wasn't ignorant, though. Also, I don't know why that guy AI modded necessarily, but Cosmic, he later admitted that he was not ignorant, that he was aware of bad things that bad empanada done. He's not simply aware of the bad reputation. He later admits that he was in fact aware of some of the bad conduct that bad empanada had engaged in. Meanwhile, Denon's put BE making the accusations either very important to this entire thing. Pisco hadn't even seen the relevant clips himself, Hutch was showing the clips here for the first time. I think at some point Pisco says it wasn't the first time he'd watched them, but there's some shit like that, but yeah. Dodgy. I guess dodgy wasn't the word, Cosmic Stray. Not sure.
And so this was actually a criticism that I had of how you said it. Hold on, let me say. Come on.
Okay, go.
Come on. One thing that I didn't like in what you said is that, would you agree that the ethics of something being brought legally is not whether the ought there is not actually what's important with bringing a lawsuit? The ought is the legality of what's going on.
You're asking me. So I just want to share. You're asking me a question whether I think ought matters more, the ethical ought.
Yeah.
Or the
So
legal
when
ought?
when you are dealing with.
So he's getting at kind of what I just referenced, which was if Hutch says that I don't want to have the conversation about whether, or I'm not necessarily interested in ought he have brought the lawsuits or not. It's kind of a separate thing from what he's saying, because the question of ought he have brought the lawsuits has a lot more things than just the morality stuff that Pisco is interested in.
With a legal matter, is the ought whether or not ethically the lawsuit in this case it should be brought, or is the ought, does this person have like standing? Is there merit to the case? Like that's the ought. So I'm not going to sue you for defamation.
No, it depends on who you ask. If you take the view that anything that's legal, there's no other question about it, or that it ought happen, as long as the person who's suing desires it, then maybe that would be your stance. But you're asking what is the more important ought? That's going to depend on the given purpose. For me, the ethical ought is more important.
Okay, let Hutch finish.
I'm going to chat. I think the Hobbit doesn't agree with DG on this. Lol. He seems focused on quality of conversation rather than saying Pisco's grifting or bad faith. Wow, an actual Consciousness Inc., an actual Hobbit supporter in the chat. No way. Hobbit follower, some might say.
But I just want to make sure
Hutch really thought spamming that face of incredulity was an argument. Double Dip says
that there's fair between us. It does. You seem to be like, why would you think Hutch wouldn't care about the ethics of bringing the lawsuit? You kind of said that like.
Missy obviously refers to philosophically. That's the point.
Incredulously, right? You would agree that's a characterization of how you
follower of the Hobbit follower. Correct.
Just now, right? You were like, why? Do you have any indication that Hutch wouldn't think the ethical conversation about the lawsuit would be grounded and that he would have an interest in that? You were skeptical about that, right?
But that's not what Hutch said. He said because the question of Ethan, I brought the lawsuit involves other things besides just the ethical motivations behind the lawsuit.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, if we can...
And that was wrong, right? I mean, there is a basis under which I can be skeptical of that, right?
From the South Side says, Hobbit is not focused on the quality of the conversation at all. He's focused on trying to get Pisco to just adapt the narrative and not call it out. There's going to be a lot of people saying insane shit in the chat.
Is that wrong?
I would say that based on the pausing right here, again, I'm not entirely sure how Hutch finishes this thought, but in my mind, when you lay it out that way, like, just to me, when you're talking about whether...
Cosmic Stray. Lol, I'm both a Hobbit and Pisco supporter, though I'm not sure why either of them are responsible for Hutch's bad debate performance. I don't think either of them are responsible for Hutch's bad debate performance. Why would they be? Did anybody suggest that's the case? Kev99 says, I have a weird question. If some court cases are recorded in public, can we watch Pisco being a lawyer in court? In theory, there could be a public court case, like the Johnny Depp trial was famously a lot of it was filmed. You could watch it, whatever the fuck. Kyle Rittenhouse's trial was some of it was like live and shit. But I'm not aware of Pisco being involved in a case like that, and also I'm pretty sure Pisco said that he hasn't done that sort of thing, or I don't think Pisco's ever mentioned doing something like that. So yeah, Cosmic Stray, he says he did corporate law mostly. I think that's what he said. So I don't know how much he's done of actual in court stuff. Sus? I don't think that's sus, Kev. Lots of lawyers don't actually go to court. Believe it or not.
Or not when you lay it out that way, like, just to me, when you're talking about whether or not a lawsuit ought to be brought or not, I'm thinking about from a legal framework. Like, does the person have, like I was gonna say, I'm not gonna, like, if I were to sue you for defamation, like, there's...
So Hobbit saying, when the question is talking about ought the lawsuit have been brought, there's going to be other things besides just the moral ethical things that Pisco's interested in that will go into it. which is that's what Hutch is saying. It's the first thing, not the second thing. So what he's saying is you didn't ask the right question to get to what you wanted to talk about.
I have no reason to do that. That case should not be brought because there's nothing that would ever indicate that should happen. Correct?
I guess I don't know what you're asking. So yes, if you don't have a legal claim, I would.
You would say we ought to bring legal matters to the justice system that are purely like have merit. Like you would say that is the ought when it comes to legal matters.
I would say a necessary but not sufficient condition for me to support a lawsuit, by which I mean ethically support it, would be its legal validity. It's a necessary but not sufficient. But I don't know how that relates to what I just said about Hutch. So the point I want to drill down on, we can talk about what ought is more important or whatever, but we were talking regarding that there was something wrong that I would come into this conversation beginning with the meta point, because how could I possibly think that Hutch would not be interested in the ethics of bringing the lawsuit separate from the legality of it, right?
The ethics of the lawsuit separate from the legality is not necessarily the same thing as ought the lawsuit have been brought.
That's that you expressed skepticism that I could be justified in coming to that conclusion.
So Pisco's saying that the clip that was just watched somehow justifies his belief that, well, look, it's true that Hutch wasn't interested in this conversation. However, if Pisco would keep watching for like 4 hours, he would see that Hutch actually was interested in having this conversation, right? Because he had it for 4 hours. So just because he then, like, whatever he just found out here that he's saying, well, this is why I thought it might not be the case. Then if we're just going to point to stuff that happened afterwards, then afterwards he has a conversation for 4 hours. So maybe that would have something to do with it, but
Didn't you?
I brought skepticism in the sense that I don't see how you could think that Hutch would not be interested in a conversation more around the morality or whether it's ethical to bring the lawsuit. I don't think that Hutch has ever given.
Cosmic Stray says appearing before court is rare. Most lawyers do estate planning, insurance, negotiation, mediation, and corporate law. It's true, Cosmic Stray. Comminator, from my understanding, ought is used if there is an ideal world for which an option should apply, whereas should is used when moral weight behind the choices is relevant. No. These terms are used differently by different people. Some people use should to just mean the same thing as ought. When some people use should, they're just it just means a preference for one thing over another. Ought generally would mean like when you ought do something, it means is something that you there's like a moral weight to it. This is or ought not to, meaning if you did it, it would be immoral, or ought to, meaning is a moral imperative that you should do something. Whereas just saying should doesn't necessarily imply the morality. It would just be, it could mean just we should go to the movies. I mean, I would prefer if we went to the movies. Versus someone says we should go to the movies, this doesn't mean is a moral imperative that we go to the movies. That's not what they're saying. They're saying I would prefer, or they're expressing a preference for it, right? Generally, that's how I understand the difference between those two words.
Any indication that is not actually what is most important to him.
Right, but here, at least regardless of whether I had a basis to predict it, right? So we can talk about that in a second, whether I had a good reason to think it. My suspicion, however, unjustified, I think it was a justified suspicion, but however unjustified.
So you're talking about suspicion, like whether he suspects this or not is not the issue. Hobbit isn't saying you weren't justified in suspecting it. Like that's not what he's necessarily saying. He's just saying, on the balance of evidence, did you think that he was interested or not? And also, what Pisco just said, well, whether I had a reasonable suspicion based on something that happened before, notwithstanding that, look, he wasn't interested. However, you just keep watching for 4 hours and you'll see Hutch was interested. So
appears to have some merit to it. There seems to be, at least at this point in the conversation, some doubt as to whether Hutch cares about the ethical conversation regarding the bringing of the lawsuit. That's fair.
No, there isn't, because the ethical conversation, while it's intertwined, it's not necessarily the same conversation as ought the lawsuit have been brought, because there are other factors that go into ought the lawsuit have been brought, like legal ones, not necessarily moral or ethical ones.
All right.
Yeah, so we paused right in the middle of this thing. So can we just listen to like another minute real quick? Because conversations don't generally stop. So I just want to see if in the next minute or so, it becomes apparent what Hutch is talking about. Can we do that?
Yeah, sure. Talk about why it matters.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not really the thing that interests me too much, because well, that's a good question. Well, that to me is like at least part of the interesting part of the conversation, because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack that. Like, I don't know what I would do if I was in his.
Right now, alarm bells are going off in my head.
You, for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like, if these laws, if these copyright regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's using the legal mechanism to get a remedy for that, then are we saying that that means that it was justified, or like what kind of aim?
So, as Hutch then goes on to say, he's talking about the legal case for should he have done it, right? Ought he have done it? When Pisco says that, Hutch takes that to mean it includes the legal stuff. Meaning, when Hutch answers, I'm not interested in having a conversation about. I don't know if I'm interested in having that conversation. First of all, he didn't say I'm not. He said I don't know if I'm interested in having a conversation about ought he have brought the lawsuit because of a bunch of legal things. Meaning, not the ethical things.
Are you going for here? Like,
Cryptic says, when I do go out for a dinner date, when I said we should get pizza night, what I really meant to say is that we ought to get Domino's, and I am disappointed that we ended up eating at Little Caesars. True, Cryptic.
Right now, after all that, just so you're aware, as he's starting to talk, alarm bells are going off in my head. I'm like, oh, there's some like major confusion here. Like we need to sort some stuff out because he's talking about things that already to me signal that he's not understanding where I'm coming from, or that maybe he just doesn't have interest in a different thing. And so for example, he says there, I can't imagine what I would do in a similar circumstance, right? That's separate from the ethical question. That's about what a person would do. It's kind of like a descriptive claim about your own sense of, not what's right, right? Like I don't imagine how I would feel if this sort of thing happened. And then he sort of indicates that like it's kind of just subjective, right? Who can make statements about morality if it's all subjective? That's raising alarm bells. I'm like, well, just because something is subjective, and I take kind of.
Sure, it could raise alarm bells about the ethical thing, but so far he's mostly talking about the legal part, which is not a conversation Pisco's interested in having. It's not a conversation Pisco thinks Hutch is interested in having because they agree on the legal things. Pisco has complete agreement with Hutch on legal things, but he doesn't just say, "Wait, I'm not talking about legal. I'm just talking about the moral things." Is that something you would want to have a conversation about? Because the way that he phrased it at the beginning was, ought he have brought the lawsuit, does not just include the moral and ethical things that Pisco wants to talk about. So he has to back
a state of mind or some kind of subjective set of preferences or a rule set that's subjectively designated as good or bad. So all of that is signaling to me, right? This notion of subjectivity somehow precluding moral determinations. The notions of focus on a mental state as opposed to like what you would think in a similar circumstance, as opposed to the ethics of the question. And then the kind of suggestion, though not explicitly stating, that the legal merits kind of predominate and we don't need to do much analysis afterwards. All of that is going on in my head. I'm like, okay, so we really need to make sure that we understand what we're talking about and that everyone is clear what we're talking about. And that's why I'm trying to clarify, because it is necessary. Right now, no one is clear about what they want to talk about.
So when Pisco says, right now, no one is clear about what they want to talk about, and Pisco, you can be clear about what you want to talk about. Maybe be the change you want to see in the world. You could just say, this is what I want to talk about. Do you want to talk about this? And then you could just talk about it. He would answer yes or no. If he says yes, then you talk about it. If he says no, then you don't talk about it. Or you can talk about something else. That's all it would have to be. No?
All of that is going on in my head. I'm like, okay, so we really need to make sure that we understand what we're talking about and that everyone is clear what we're talking about. And that's why I'm trying to clarify, because it is necessary. Right now, no one is clear about what they want to talk about. You get me? So this is the opposite of debate, bro, right? What I'm doing here is I'm trying to disentangle a set of things that Hutch has just said to get to like what he cares about. He says, I'm not sure if I care to have a conversation about, it's so subjective, like all this stuff. I am trying to take what Hutch has just said and trying to isolate things, right? For the purpose of clarity. Okay, so you care about the lawsuit from an ethical perspective, regardless if it's subjective. Do you care about it? Do you want to talk about it? That is appropriate given what Hutch just said. Hutch seemed to suggest that you can't make any kind of moral determination because it's all subjective. And I'm not, if I was a debater, I'd be like, wait, are you saying that you can't make a moral determination as to.
So when he's saying subjective, he didn't really bring up the moral stuff. He just kind of brought up the legal stuff. So
morality, if it's not subjective, wait, answer that question. That would be debate, bro. That's what I'm doing. Because I think what he's saying there is fucking stupid. I'm not bouncing on him to go after that.
No, because this goes.
He's not
so
bouncing
again,
on him. Pisco saying he's wouldn't bounce on Hutch.
I said that we'll focus mostly on what I mean by like just speaking to somebody normally. So continuing on to what I had originally said, if he said, well, I'm not really sure about, the ethics of it and whether or not I think that's right because does he have legal justification or not? I think that's probably the most important thing for if he's seeking the restitution. And then you could ask him, this is what I'm saying, like all of these things that you're talking about, I know are very important to you. And I'd like if we could get back into what it is that I'm saying, because I'm talking about broadly the conversation. I feel like we could spend 17 hours going over this conversation and pausing.
Right, but people take what I did here at the start, talking about the meta.
So he's talking about people think. Hobbit follower is not people. Why is he thinking about what people think?
As an indication that what I did was wrong, but it is clear
because people are taking this as an indication of what he did was wrong. Hobbit follower isn't saying that. He's not saying that Pisco did anything wrong. He's expressing a preference for a different kind of behavior, or he's suggesting that Pisco's ends would be better served by a different form of a different actions. But Pisco made it about people thinking that something is wrong, which is not what Hobbit follower's claim was it?
As Hutch is starting this conversation, that I just want to make sure that we all are on board for the conversation that we're about to have. And it's not done to try to humiliate him or it's to treat him as an equal in the space.
Hobbit didn't say any of that.
There are plenty of opportunities here where I can say, Hutch, what you just said is fucking ludicrous. What, you think that just because ethics are subjective, that one can't make determinations with respect to subjective, that, for example, right? People have subjective preferences about movies. You're saying just
Pisco's so concerned about what ought to happen. He has autism. Oh shit, Cryptic. That's a good one. I'll keep that one in the back pocket.
Because it's all subjective. You can't make an argument about what movie is the best movie. Like, that's so stupid. I could have done that. I didn't do that. That's just the fucking me in good faith trying to make sure that everyone is following along.
Mindwave says this retard is allergic to specifics. Just judge conclusion off vibes.
Both the audience and Hutch, and to make sure that like, we agree on what to talk about. But people have turned what I just did there, which is, I think, any objective view of this. Maybe it's wordy. Maybe it's like a kind of like, you know, you're throwing out all these big ones and taking it as disrespect.
I'm talking about,
okay. No, but this is an example you used.
I don't think anybody's
Philistine, Hobbit follower has been kind of contradiction. Pisco will now maul his prey.
criticism to you.
Scallywag says, what makes these people think they're the authority about how Pisco should act? Hobbit follower never purported to be an authority on how Pisco should act. It's a suggestion. He should do this. Meaning, he would prefer this. He's expressing a preference and debating the merits of it, of his suggestion with Pisco.
Including mine, which, if we could get back to what my criticism actually is, I think that you spend entirely too much on the clarification side of this. Whereas you could say, okay, I think it's important, but let's get into the substance of what it is that we're talking about, because I think that you probably would think, especially because Hutch gives you an indication where he says, well, actually, I didn't think about it like that. It might be actually important. And you could, and right there, when those alarm bells are going.
Yeah, I'm clarifying,
okay.
Because if he's not sure, I just want to make sure that we agree.
If he's not sure, maybe Pisco, just try to convince him. Maybe just lay out your argument. Hey, here's why I think it matters. Do you agree? And then go from there.
It is important that he actually does want to have this conversation.
You need to clarify that.
But you didn't need to clarify. You could just persuade. You could say, hey, here's why I want to have the conversation. Do you agree with this? Do you think that this is an important thing to consider? And then do you want to have this conversation?
That's 100% in the meta conversation. My contention with you is that you, like,
all he has to say is yes, I care about whether it's ethical.
You're with somebody, right? You have a significant other.
Yeah.
Or did you not say? Okay. So if I want to go out, like I've been married for 14 years. If I want to go and get dinner with my wife, and she wants to get burgers, and I want to get Italian, I'm not going to break down the intricacies of why it is that she wants burgers, and is it even worth talking about whether or not we should go get burgers because we had burgers 3
Oblonsky is saying, just say it, buddy. You need to be nicer. So true.
3 days ago. Like, I'm not gonna talk to her like that. I'm gonna say, well, you know, we had burgers a couple of days ago. Why don't we go to Italian, and then maybe we can go to burgers in a couple of days.
Adam Corcoran says, keep up the good work. Don't let others get you down. Thanks, Adam Corcoran. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you.
Days. I'm gonna have that conversation with my wife. I'm not gonna break down the conversation, which is what I feel like happens often in these conversations, is that time that could be used actually talking about what.
Somebody in the chat said, just say it. Be nice to Hutch, which is not what he's trying to say.
You're disagreeing.
That's not Hobbit's argument. Is not just be nice. It would serve the ends of the conversation, of having a productive conversation, better if you did this way. And he's arguing the merits of that to Pisco.
Are ethically.
The Automod caught Cryptic. Wait, what did Cryptic say? Cryptic. Lameo, the arranged anti-fans in Pisco's YouTube chat. Fucking mind waves. Yeah, dude. Stupid Automod. I'm gonna need to write down a list of all the banned words in the chat so I can start dodging this clanker. Bullying. Stupid Automod and clanker are the two things he said. And that got you AI modded for bullying? God damn. Cryptic. Let me know how it's using the example I made earlier of being your partner about what to go to dinner. Oh, I assumed you were. I assumed you knew, and that's what you were referring to. I didn't know you didn't know. Yeah, I mean, it's a good example.
Time that could be used. Actually, what I feel like happens often in these conversations is that time that could be used. Actually.
Oblonsky. Hutch is his wife now? No, it's a comparison. It's an analogy. It was an example.
Talking about what your disagreements are ethically, you're talking about whether or not it's worth even talking about.
Why you should talk to Hutch like a wife rather than a debater. Somebody said. He's not saying that.
The ethics. And so
he's saying be normal. He's saying that when I talk to my wife, it's in a normal way. You should talk to Hutch in a normal way. That's the comparison he's making. Not that you should treat Hutch like Hobbit follower treats his wife.
I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste my time with someone who doesn't care.
I wish these DG freaks would just come out and say what they want. Be nice to Hutch and Destiny.
Care about the ethics. Why would I do that?
Okay, because you would. That's what I'm saying. You would grant Hutch the.
So Pisco is saying, reasonable thing. Why would I want to waste my time and have a conversation he doesn't want to have? I want to avoid that.
The decency that you know his priors and that he spent a lot of time talking about it, and he seems to have issue with what's going on, at least on one side of things. And so when you go in to have a conversation or a disagreement with somebody, you already know that, and you admitted that you knew that most of his coverage is on the other.
Incoherent Voter says, Pisco, can you please call out the shit for what it is? These people are mad that you aren't also taking the opportunity to dunk on denims to slash at the left. So true, Incoherent Voter.
Other side of the law. And you admitted that you knew that most of his coverage.
Adam Corcoran, I just saw anything else today. Maybe I'm reading way too much. So much shit testing. I think you add to streams. Thanks, Adam Corcoran. I also think I add to streams. And maybe you're reading into... I don't think you're reading into it way too much. I'm not like super upset about that shit. It's just funny and annoying. Well, it's annoying that it keeps happening, firstly, that I just keep getting shit talked. And it's funny that the whole time I was on today, they were like, why did you come on? It's like, you were talking about me. So I came on to disagree with the characterization of me. And that was just really funny to me. Cosmic Straight, would you like to keep your stuff? Yes or no? Don't let Dan bait you with his pettiness. Oh shit. Wait, keep your stuff? Yes. Oh. Oh wait, Cryptic said, imagine if Pisco's your wife, I would demand a prenup. Cosmic said, would you like to keep your stuff? Yes or no? Based. Don't let Dan bait you with pettiness. I get baited by people all the time. I love taking bait. It's very based. Cryptic, anything else drama? Classic, yeah. Always.
Is you already know that, and you admitted that you knew that most of his coverage is on the other side of the lawsuit.
Yeah, I did say that.
So you're okay. And so, how long do you think you talked to Hutch about whether or not it's worth going over? Because
about 8 minutes.
And I'd actually like to get back in my post because I think that we're
about 8 minutes.
We are actually aiming.
That's 8 minutes. That could have just been, this is what I think. Do you want to talk about this? That's all it had to be.
The issue that I'm talking about. We are talking so deeply about whether or not it is right or wrong for you to have done this thing, when that is the point of what I'm talking about. We can't even get through the paragraph that I wrote about Hutch, and that talks about the substance of what it is that my issue is, because we stopped a certain amount of sentences in when there's so much more that gives the example of what it is that I'm talking about. Hutch talks in this conversation and says multiple times in the conversation, like, well, it's not in a vacuum. There's multiple factors. He says these different things that should give you indication that, well, I agree. I might agree with you here, but like I want to talk about these other things, because if he is having a disagreement, like if you
I don't talk to my wife the same way as I talk to a poll streamer debate about a specific lawsuit we disagree about. Yeah, you don't know what your issue is, dumb fuck. From the South Side says.
Let's just say, broad.
The Common Good says not based on any intellectual integrity or honesty.
So you think that Ethan is wrong for bringing this lawsuit? You think that it's bad that Ethan is bringing the lawsuit?
Someone asks, why do you need to talk to such a DG underling? We already defeated the boss. We, by the way. I don't know who this guy thinks he is, but I don't think you were in that debate, little bro. Uji cover or something. Only Pencil.
Also, not legally or whatever.
Only Pencil says, but Pisco does in every debate. Majority of time spent Pisco asking to clarify and explain what do you mean. He doesn't allow any flow because suddenly he doesn't know anything and needs something. But I assume.
Let's just say, broadly, you think that Ethan is wrong for bringing this lawsuit. You think that it's bad that Ethan is bringing the lawsuit. Not legally or whatever it is. Okay, he thinks that it's right. Right? Because he thinks that these people have wronged.
No, that you actually, that's actually not. Wait, Hobbit. That's actually not even true on Hutch's own view. We don't have clarity on the view because Hutch near the end. I don't know if you watched it. Did you watch the full debate?
Regardless of the end, okay, what we've already watched was Hutch saying, what he was already talking about was the legal standing seems to be there, the legal merits seem to be there to bring the lawsuit, which means he at least on the legal has an opinion about whether or not the lawsuit should have been brought. So the question Pisco asked was the wrong question. He should have asked something besides ought the lawsuit have been brought, because ought the lawsuit have been brought includes factors besides just the ones that Pisco wants to discuss, which is what Hobbit's saying. He's talking about multiple factors, like he's talking about the legal as well, not just the moral and ethical. If Pisco just said, I already agree with all the legal stuff, I think the moral and ethical stuff is separate, and that's what I want to talk about. Then Hutch can say, I won't talk about this, I don't want to talk about this. But that's what it is. Cosmic Straight, it's good they feel they could share in their Pisco's debate performance. True, Cosmic, I'm happy for them. Cosmic Straight, do you think that Hutch thinks that it was a moral good to bring lawsuits? I'm not sure if Hutch thinks it was a moral good to bring the lawsuits. But I don't think that was the question that was asked. Necessarily. You know? Which is why that's not the question. Like, if Hutch had been asked, do you think it was a moral good to bring the lawsuits? He wasn't asked that, firstly, because Pisco was trying to get, do you even care about the morality to bring the lawsuits? But the question Pisco asked was not, only referring to the moral good, the morality leading to bringing the lawsuit. Therefore, Hutch didn't answer just about the morality. He also included the legal stuff. You could even say, because Pisco used the word odd, it implies a moral necessity, meaning that it wasn't about the morality. But Hutch talked about other things. When Pisco just said, "Oh, sorry, I used the big word ought. I was meaning to say this thing, but it seems like that didn't come across. What I meant is the morality behind whether or not he did it." And then Hutch starts talking about other things, but because there's a lot of factors around it, which is the conversation Pisco wants to have, but Pisco's just talking about, we're not even there yet, right, is the thing. So it's like, so Cosmic, when you asked, do I think that Hutch thinks it's a moral good to bring lawsuits? At this point of the conversation, I think Hutch was unsure about it. I don't think that Hutch had considered it very much. Or he was leaning towards yes because of the actions of the Dems people. Pisco thinks it's morally bad and Hutch was dodging giving his take. No, Destiny simply bite the bullet, which made the conversation much easier. I don't think Hutch was dodging here, because Pisco didn't ask that question about whether it was morally good. Maybe he asked it a bit later. At some point it does get asked directly. But Hutch saying he's not sure, or when you say Hutch is dodging, it's not necessary that Hutch is dodging. He could just be not sure. He could be talking through his opinion. He could be talking through the things that would weigh in to his opinion on whether he thinks it's more good. Maybe he hadn't considered that much. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's dodgy.
Watch the whole thing.
Do you remember when he said, "I don't know how I feel about him if it's right to bring the lawsuits"?
So when he says, "I don't know how I feel," so Cosmic, if you think he's lying about that, where he actually does think it's moral, but he lied and said he doesn't know, then there's that. But
Did you remember when he said that at the end?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
So what you just said, I just want to make sure that you and I are in good faith.
What did you do?
Wait, I just want to make sure that you and I agree on one thing, which is it isn't the case that it's clear either at the time I at the start of this conversation.
So if Pisco thinks, so first of all, that was at the end, which is funny, which Hobbit Father's about to point out, right? But also, if that was at the end, it means you didn't even get there till the end, which you could have gotten there in 5 seconds right here, says, where Pisco could have asked, do you have opinion on the morality of whether Pisco should have brought the lawsuits? I do, and I would like to try to persuade you to see or to at least understand my position. Or I would like to explain my position to you so you can understand it, and then perhaps persuade you to agree with me, if you disagree. And then that could have been it. But instead, it took us to the end of the conversation to get to that, right? Cosmic, I don't think Hutch was lying. He was just worried that Pisco could trap him in a debate cul-de-sac. Possibly Cosmic Stray, but then that would be a fault of Pisco for the way he was engaging in the conversation. Made Hutch think that he needed to avoid a debate cul-de-sac trap. Could be, or maybe Hutch's belief was unreasonable, but I don't think it was, because Pisco was being debate bro. Cryptic, I ought to take a trip to the dispensary right now. I will be back later. I ran. Oh shit, Cryptic ran. No way. Cosmic with the flowy. See you, Cryptic. Thanks for hanging out. Lazy Hobbits. Hobbit follower says, I'm glad you're following me when I tried to stop him after he said at the end. Yeah. But it's because, and he's been doing it for a few minutes now, he's using the stuff that came after to justify his behavior at the time. Later he gets into something that happened prior, but it doesn't necessarily speak to it, because if the question is whether, because right now you're still in the question of, does he want to talk about it at all? The only proof, if we're looking at stuff that happened afterwards to get to whether it was reasonable to ask that question or whatever, you could just look at the fact that it lasted 4 hours and just say, well, it lasted 4 hours. Clearly he wanted to talk about it, right? Or at least he was willing to talk about it, even if he didn't necessarily want to, right? But this is...
or at the end of it, whether Hutch thinks the lawsuits are justified. You agree with that, don't you?
And it took till the end.
I would agree that Hutch has not.
Okay, but you just asked basically.
Good says, Pisco needs a smarter cohort. He can roll around a few times a year to say hi, but the crew resents him for being smarter and more honest than they are. The desire to drag him down is pathological.
Can't you assume that Hutch is in favor of the lawsuits? But on your own view, you just said it's both not clear at the start of the conversation.
You could assume he is, or you could assume he's agnostic. But you could give your position and say, do you have a different position, or do you agree, or do you even want to have this conversation at all? It could have just been that simple.
Whether he supports the lawsuits ethically, and it's not clear at the end of the conversation whether he supports the lawsuits ethically.
No, I think that you're saying it in a different way than what I am meaning by it. What I am meaning is that Hutch is very interested in the wrongs that he believes the people have done to Ethan.
That's the whole question. I don't know about. I know that one. I know that directionality, right? I know he cares about the wrongs that people have done to Ethan, right? I know that he cares about that. Okay, I totally grant that. What I'm not sure about. Wait. What I'm not sure about, and I just want to make these are different, is whether he cares about potential wrongs done by Ethan. That's what I'm not sure about.
Okay.
So you could just ask that directly, right? Instead of asking here about the lawsuits, which is not the same question because it includes other things. Or at least if you think the ought to question, because of the ought, it refers to morality of whether it should have been brought or not, then Hutch clearly misunderstood that because he answered with some legal justifications.
Agree, and we're also not sure about.
Hold on. Could you have just asked him and said, "Do you think Ethan's done anything wrong here?"
No, hang on a second. That's not what I want to ask.
So Hobbit follower messed up at this point because he didn't want to ask, "Do you think Ethan's done anything wrong?" He's trying to ask, "Are you interested in discussing whether Ethan did anything wrong?" Which is what you should have said, right? But Pisco, instead of saying, "Well, no, that's not what you mean," well, he knows what I just said. That Hobbit, that's not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was this. But then if he said that, then he would be able to give the question in a sentence. So, duh.
That's a different question than what I want to ask. What I want to ask is, do you care?
You want to ask if you can even ask if Ethan's done something wrong.
Wait, what is wrong?
If he's interested in answering the question.
Wait. There's nothing wrong with this, Hobbit. Do you want to have conversations with people who don't want to have conversations with you about a certain thing? So, like, if you want to talk about like Star Wars.
So now he's getting into, well, clearly you should want to have conversations with people who want to have a conversation with you. But that's irrelevant to what Hobbit's saying. Hobbit's not saying you should have conversations with people even if they don't want to. That's not what Hobbit ever said. Right, so.
Or something, and the person who you're talking to doesn't want to have that conversation. Is it fair for someone to say, "Well, I only want to have the conversation if it's a conversation you want to have"? Why is that unfair for me? Why is that unfair for me to ask?
Hobbit never said it's unfair for you to ask that. He never said it's unfair for you to ask that. He never said it's wrong of him to ask that. He just did not say that. K for cat. OMG, he'd just say he doesn't want to talk about it. Then what is this? So correct. So it could be maybe. So what Pisco's trying to avoid, as he said earlier, right? He wants to avoid having a long conversation, and at some point, he just says, "Well, I don't even care about this," and then it was a waste of time because if he didn't even care. So he wants to ask that at the beginning, but he didn't ask that at the beginning. He has a different question, and so they loop on this for a bit.
And to inquire about.
So Pisco's asking, why is it wrong for me to inquire about this? Nobody said it was wrong to inquire about this. They're saying Hobbit's referring to the way it was done could have been different, better. Hobbit's arguing. And that's what he's trying to suggest. But
I don't disagree with you that it's unfair to have a conversation with somebody that doesn't want to have the conversation.
No, it's unfair. It's unfair for me to ask that. To ask if you care about this conversation. I don't want to spend all this time talking about ethics. I know that you don't give a shit. It's like the MAGA stuff, right? Like why would I spend all this time on X, Y, or Z if I know you don't really give a shit about that stuff? Maybe sometimes
someone in the chat says at Perry, so maybe Perry said something to imply asking clarifying questions is such a sneaky trick indeed. Nobody's saying Hobbit isn't saying that this is a sneaky trick asking clarifying questions. He's just saying it's not leading to productive conversation. That's it. Cosmic Stray says Hutch does not directly answer questions. He demurs. I think that's what demurs meaning. Is that a thing? Raise doubts or objections or show reluctance. Only which would accept it, but she demurred. Oh, that is a word. Maybe you're right, Cosmic Stray. But in that case, it's just like whatever you'll say about that. Even if I grant you that, Cosmic Stray, Pisco did not ask the question he wanted to ask at the beginning. He should not have asked, ought to have, or at least the second Hutch started talking about legal, he said, "Whoa, wait, sorry." When I said ought here about the lawsuits, I wasn't referring to the legal stuff. When I said ought, I was referring to a moral imperative, or I was speaking to a sense of morality, which is what I really want to discuss. On the legal, I'm sure we have 100% disagreement, 100% agreement. So I'm getting to the moral rather than just the legal. But that's not what it did, right? Okay, for cat, that just means Pisco's too fragile to have a conversation. Then I don't understand. I don't necessarily agree with that, but
have that and then I'll treat it more like a meme conversation.
No, I agree. Pisco should be the blood sports debater he used to be, but he was trying to be nice these days. I don't agree he's trying to be nice, but I think the blood sports debaterness is why this all happened, because he's not being charitable to, or perhaps not charitability is not the word, but he could, if he were taking a bit more time, he'd understand. Oh wait, he talked about. I just want to talk about the moral ethical. But Hutch just brought up some legal things in response to my question. But I must have asked a bad question, or he must be misunderstanding my question. I'll rephrase the question, but that's not what happened. So.
But if I know you don't care, isn't that a fair question for me to ask whether these stuff, the things that we're about to spend hours of my life, you know, I'm at my parents' house visiting for a family event, and it's, you know, I could be doing other things. I like doing this stuff, but why is it wrong for me to be like, hey, do you want to talk about this actually?
Hobbit didn't say it was wrong to do this. Right?
Is there anything wrong with that?
I don't think that that's... So I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is that you're asking these questions that generally, like if I was having a conversation, I'm playing Satisfactory. Okay, I don't know if you know what that game is. Okay, I just got it. I hurt my back last week.
So, because Hobbit isn't debate brained and fucking logic brained and whatever the fuck, at this point he should have said, and we talked earlier, after this debate, like what, and I expressed the same thing, and I think I understand why, is like, at this point he should have said, no. Sorry, Pisco. You must be misunderstanding. When I said should, I wasn't referring to morally you should do this. And I wasn't impugning the morality of your actions in doing these things. I'm merely expressing a preference, and I think that this would lead to better outcomes, and I think your outcomes should do this. I think that because of your outcomes, perhaps these behaviors would be better. And by better, I mean would more closely align with your goals. Those goals being a productive conversation. But that's the retard debate brain. Like, Hobbit's not in that debate brain. Like, it's schizo. Like, this is autistic. Nobody talks like this, right? Hobbit's father is normal. The post is about should act normal, right? And when he says should, he's not saying you have a moral imperative to act normal. He's saying it's preferable to be normal with normal people. That's what he's referring to, right? But Pisco, for some reason, thinks that Hobbit is saying that it's wrong for him to have done what he did, and should do something else that is moral, that is not wrong to have done. When that's not what Hobbit was saying. And Pisco could understand this by asking a few clarifying questions. And at no point did Hobbit say that it was wrong to do this. So Pisco could simply assume that's the case. But I think because he's heard so much criticism and some people saying he's such a piece of shit for doing it, he's lumping that in with Hobbit's criticism.
I'm sorry.
So I needed something.
Oh shit, what's up, CSF? Yo, I finally got on Discord with all the kick mods if you want us for the ego. Oh shit, I saw your DM. Yes, CSF Avenue. But I forgot to respond. I'm so sorry. But hell yeah. I would love to, if you guys got appeals that you would be willing to give us for eCourt, that would be fucking awesome. Yes, please. Somebody DM, I forgot I did that. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Well, it's a good thing. We both forgot. But yes, you DM me about it. I would absolutely love to have some appeals for eCourt if you would want to have it. And if you wanted to join to talk about, like, to do it how we did with Hobbit, I believe the first time. Did we? I think we had Gilmore to replace Mouton that one time. Because Mouton said he couldn't do it, but then he was on anything else at the same time. I think we had Hobbit do it the first time because it was but it was DG appeals, not Reddit appeals. But yes, if you wanted to come in and like be the prosecutor, here's why this person deserved the ban, and I would be the defense, then we could do that. Or if not, that's fine. And you could just send the appeals our way. But yeah, probably like we can DM me again maybe, or I'll DM you, and we can talk more about it. Hell yeah, love that CS. I should ask some of the Pisco's Discord mods to do some eCourt stuff. See if they would be interested in doing that, or they would have to ask Pisco. Maybe I'll ask him. But yeah, if we get to talk, if he streams again tonight or tomorrow or something. These habits. I did it before my debate with Fushaf GG chat. Yeah, I remember. But I was thinking those weren't your bans, like Reddit. Those were DG bans. But yeah, Mayo, let me ask the dudes first, but I'll let them know you're interested. Yes, please. I appreciate that, CSF. Be awesome. Shit.
Then I could play. It's fine.
Hold on. I gotta. Oh, okay.
It's what happens when you saying is that you're asking these questions that generally, like, if I was having a conversation, I'm playing Satisfactory. Okay, I don't know if you know what that game is. Okay, I just got it. I heard my back last week.
This guy plays factory games. He ought not play factory games. Unbelievable.
I'm sorry
So I
about
needed
that.
something that I could play. It's fine. It's what happens when you get past 30, dude. It all goes downhill.
Oh shit.
My wife is definitely not interested in me talking about the in-depth things of Satisfactory.
Right.
But we still have conversations, and maybe I notice.
I just received something to watch. Let's just check this out. Off topic, completely off topic. Let's see what we got here. Lauren De Laguna saying some things. What's she saying? 3 minutes of Instagram stories. Oh boy, what do we got here? Lauren De Laguna, who has a lot to say about her deposition in Destiny's case with Pixie's case against Destiny. Let's see what she said on Instagram. Perhaps about this. Maybe not. I don't know what's in this. Let's see what she says.
It is so aggravating how stupid people are. Like, I'm allowed to talk about my depo because I'm not a party in the Destiny case. I'm not a party. And so I said, if you're not a party, you can talk about it. So I'm talking about it because I want it to be released. It's sealed for my protection.
Wait, what did she say?
It is so aggravating how stupid people are. Like, I'm allowed to talk about my depo because I'm not a party in the Destiny case. I'm not a party. And so I said, if you're not a party, you can talk about it. So I'm talking about it because I want it to be released. It's sealed for my protection, and I would like it unsealed. And then Destiny started talking about it, and I'm like, you're not allowed to talk about it. Parties to the case are not allowed to talk about it. And he replies, well, here you are talking about it. And I get fucking decked ratioed. I'm not a fucking party to the case. Every single person who liked that tweet, dumber than dirt.
Crazy things when she claimed she was a witness 2 months ago. That is what she was saying.
Ratioed. I'm not a fucking party to the case. Every single person who liked that tweet, dumber than dirt. So painfully dumb. And it doesn't matter.
So
because all
dumb.
people see is the fucking ratio. But I can talk about the depo. And I just want the whole thing released. I want the whole video released because...
She wants the whole video released. Holy shit, wait a minute.
It looks really bad for Destiny.
Oh, really?
Really bad for him. And it looks really even worse for his attorney. Honestly, Andrew Brettler, I see why Andrew.
Because he's not a prince anymore. I get it. Oh my god, Lauren. She's so funny. She's not.
Is in so much legal trouble. Just because somebody is a famous attorney does not mean that they are a good attorney. Alright, quick.
So maybe you should talk about why you think he's bad, rather than just saying he's bad. Lol.
Recap for those of you who don't know, because I'm getting messages already. Destiny is getting sued by my friend who is remaining anonymous. Her online handle is Pixie, because Destiny released her imagery, her like sexual imagery without her consent. I don't really know the details of the case because I haven't been following. I'm not a party to the case. I am not involved in the case, but I also briefly...
So those are two different things. Being a party to the case or being involved in the case, those are two different things, but okay.
He had like a romantic tryst with Destiny, and so he is spending tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to have me deposed.
Oh, so just because you had a romantic tryst, that's why he deposed you? So if that deposition was released, that's all that would be in there? Really?
To ask me whether or not I still love him. Cringe. Release the video.
Yeah, they probably... So, she's so right, actually. The reason they asked if she still loves Destiny is definitely because of, some interest, and like, maybe it was to get us to state of mind over some actions that were taken. Maybe.
More sense now. This is the last thing I'm going to say on it. But it makes so much more sense that he's so confident in his shitty opinions. And I figured it out. It's because he blocks everyone who disagrees with him. He has a cult following. They like anything he says, even if it does not make sense. It's not logical. It doesn't make sense. They will like it. Okie dokie. And it will just reaffirm his worldview.
Wait,
I figured it out. Release the video. More sense now. This is the last thing I'm going to say on it. But it makes so much more sense that he's so confident in his shitty opinions. And I figured it out. It's because he blocks everyone who disagrees with him.
He blocks everyone who
He
disagrees
has a
with him.
cult following. They like anything he says.
True, anything
even
he
if it
says.
does not make sense. It's
Oh, that
not
doesn't make
logical. It
sense.
doesn't make sense. They will like it. Okie dokie. And it will just reaffirm his worldview. But unfortunately
So
for him, when
true.
he goes to court, that's not how it works.
She thinks he's gonna get fucked in the core. Oh no.
Yeah, you don't
Is
get
she
to
retarded?
like only choose jurors
Sorry, that was rhetorical. She's obviously retarded, but
that like you. You know?
Wait.
To court? That's not how it works. Yeah, you don't get to like only choose jurors that like you.
she thinks this case is going to trial with a jury.
You know? So we'll see how that goes in court.
Will we see that
I'll
actually?
say the court of public opinion, like the legal court. Good luck.
She thinks
It
he's actually gonna lose
is-
it. That's crazy. Oh shit, that's a bunch of shit passed by my chat that I didn't see. Hold on. See, I don't know if I'm reading that. CS, but true. Oh, it's CS said, please stop putting your dick in crazy. Have we learned our lesson yet? I hope the lesson has been learned. Surely it's been learned, right? Cosmic Stray, I didn't know people were so weird about Twitter ratios. True. Oh shit, thanks for the follow, Directos. No way. Appreciate it, man. Or woman. I say, don't know. Appreciate it, dude. That's gender neutral. Let's go, Lauren. Yeah, okay, go then. Just because someone is a famous attorney doesn't mean they're a good attorney. Famous words of future bar band Lord Dylan Laguna. True. She's probably losing her license. At least the P tapes. Bunch AI modded for sexual. Damn. Goddamn it, maybe I am too smart to become a lawyer if she is one. Between her and Joan. You know what I mean? Yeah. There you go. Hobbit said, man, I can't trust anything with these people. Is she doing this knowing it will never actually be unsealed? She might be. She might be assuming that it's never gonna get unsealed. Therefore, she can just say whatever the fuck she wants about it. Who the fuck knows? Fucking insane. Hold on, reading something. Okay. Wow. Has Destiny seen this? These servers? What's he talking about on stream? What is happening in the YouTube chat? Fuck? Oh, he's just getting botted. Is he? Or is it? Yeah, I think his YouTube chat's fucked. Is it? I think it's just loading. Oh, top, wait. Live chat. Okay, no, I don't think it is. I think my shit was just loading. Okay. It's loading. I guess he's not really talking about anything. I'm gonna go ask him. No. Send this and see if he's seen it. Let's see. Hello? Wait. Is my Discord bugged? Wait, are you talking? Hold on. If you're talking, my shit's lighting up, but I can't hear you. Give me a sec. I figured it out. Hello?
Hello?
Cat out. Hold on.
Jesus
Hmm?
Christ.
What happened?
Okay, I am back. But what?
Okay, I feel like one of the
hi,
biggest
Dan.
things that happens that people always count consumers doing is consumers always want like the next best thing, such that big advancements, everybody, for some reason, we engage in this like collective delusion of like the next advancement is going to make things cheaper. But instead we just want like the next best thing. So like imagine like when we make these processor advancements and we're like, oh my God, like we could make like this graphics card for half the cost, or we could fit twice the transistors on whatever. Well, when the hardware gets updated, the software gets updated, and then nobody wants to play the old software on the new hardware. They just want to play new software on new hardware, which makes the hardware adequate. And then like everything is kind of like pushed forward like that. I think as a result of that, it feels like every time we could do like R&D and we get something new in the, especially in the healthcare department, especially because it's healthcare, people really, really, really want the next big thing, and nobody wants to settle for the older thing, especially because it's healthcare. Like it feels like really, it just feels shitty to be on like an older healthcare thing. Like what, your life is worth less, or your health is worth less, or you're gonna die sooner. And I feel like that's a big driver too. So like any new innovation that comes about, we're like on it immediately, and I'm pretty sure that pushes up costs quite a bit too.
I would be interested to know, like, of healthcare in general. Like, what is the actual cost? Like, why is it where it is? Is it medicine? Is it?
I mean, I've
doctors
watched
and
like a
staff?
couple long shows on this, and the answer is everything. The answer is literally every single part, and the American system is just very expensive. All of it is.
Is there a better way of doing it, or no?
There is, but the thing that I've seen for people that talk about it in a decently balanced way, the issue is that you could have it cheaper, but Americans would have to step back a little bit from the huge amount of choice we have in our healthcare and the options of picking like the latest and greatest best thing. And generally speaking, Americans are very reluctant to give that up. And when you give that up, you start to feel like you are being deprived your life, basically. And it's just not a thing that Americans are prepared to do. So then the costs are just going to be high.
Do you think? I think America is the sickest country for healthcare if you're rich, by far. Like, it's just the fucking bee's knees. Like, imagine being rich and being in like Canada or the UK or something. Well, I don't know. I guess they still have some form of private stuff there. It just seems like this is like the place.
Wait,
to
there's
be
a new
if you're
filing?
rich. Like, you can just fucking do what you want, I guess.
Holy shit, new filing.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I mean,
read this
I don't
shit.
think it's like horrible for
Holy hell.
super
How did I know this?
ordinary people. The problem is like, nope, we don't ever talk about the median person ever, like in online spaces. You either have old people who are politicians who are on social media who are doing like disproportionately well because they're older, they're wealthier, they've had more time to work and everything. Or you're talking about younger people who are doing disproportionately not well because they're younger. They just got out of school, they haven't worked at all yet, they have no earnings, lifetime career growth or anything like that. And then so your demographic, you don't really talk about like the average person whose healthcare is covered through their
opposition to modify to the motion to modify schedule based
or whatever. Yeah.
Applying to
Did I forget my hatch key, my radar key again? I'm banning everyone in chat if I did. Okay, you guys are lucky. Sorry, go ahead. Fuck, 10-minute drop.
Have you considered just doing this shit where you do the 5 runs real quick, get in, get out, so you stop getting people trying to murder you?
It's not about trying to murder me. It's just it's fucking 20 minutes, or like this is a late start. Like the match has been running for 10 minutes, so there's probably not much loot left. I don't care if people try to kill me, because I'll just kill them. I don't give a fuck. I'm a PvP guy.
You really care about this fucking prestige extra fucking...
Yeah, because Mouton got me addicted. Thanks. Good job, guys. Shouldn't have done it, and now here we are.
I mean,
as I
if you think
grind
about
away
it,
this fucking game.
if you think about it, it might be kind of funny if you were going to be very politically effective and now you're not. And if you, it's like Mr. Mouton can be that first domino as to why the Republic falls, and it'll be like Mr. Mouton demanding that Destiny plays Arc.
True.
if we're talking dominoes, I don't think Mouton would be the first one. The others. Okay, I came in. Destiny, I sent you some Instagram stories apparently Lauren Delgado had made. Have you seen those or no?
Nope. What is it about?
I just heard talking shit about the deposition.
Wait, who? Sorry, I had to turn it. Oh, Lauren? Oh, I might go over it later. I don't know.
I mean, it's just basically saying some of the same shit she said on Twitter. Oh, Destiny's whatever. They asked if I was still in love with Destiny, shit like that. It was just fucking hilarious. Do you think?
Yeah.
There's no shot that is ever actually going to get released, right?
I mean, I don't see why not. Again, the protective order for my court case is, I have to go back and reread it, but I'm pretty sure it's like explicitly covering like sexually explicit related details and stuff to the plaintiff and whatnot. Like that's why cases like these automatically get protective orders. So I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be made public if we made a motion for it or whatever.
The most like restrictive part of the protective order and kind of what Pixie said has been leaning on for a lot of their shit is the particular sentence of like just like some sensitive things that could lead to like emotional shit that could lead to harm or whatever, like harassment, shit like that.
Sure.
In theory, they could lean on that, but I mean, you might be right. If that shit just gets like all 9 hours of it just gets fucking released, or probably more likely a transcript. Be peak. Also, I just found out that there's a new filing in your case. I gotta go read that. Holy shit! Opposition to the scheduling order motion.
Oh boy.
Should be good. 14 pages. Goddamn.
Nice.
All right. That's all I had. Have fun playing Ark. All right, let me go back in my own server room because you didn't see it. Okay. Wowee. Holy shit. We interrupt the Hobbit follower conversation to bring you Court Slop. Hell yes. Let's fucking go. I thought you read it already. No, I hadn't read it. I Warlord. Damn. Wait, what was the filing? Is this? Defendant Stephen K. Bonnell's opposition to Plaintiff Jane Doe's motion to modify the scheduling order is in response to the motion for extension of time of discovery cutoff deadline. So, in response to this one, which they're asking to modify the scheduling order, and ask for more time of discovery, this is their opposition. Let's see what they have to say. What we got? Part 1. Introduction. By order of this court, discovery has concluded. Yet on the eve of discovery cutoff, plaintiff filed an untimely motion seeking a blanket extension and modification of the court's scheduling order. Not because she diligently pursued discovery and was thwarted by circumstances beyond her control, but because she failed to act diligently in conducting discovery, failed to prosecute the case within the court-ordered deadlines, and failed to promptly seek the relief she now belatedly seeks. Plaintiff has had 10 months to conduct discovery in this case, and any failure to obtain necessary discovery is a crisis of plaintiff's own making. Indeed, plaintiff's lack of diligence is nothing new. At the early stages of this case, this court previously admonished plaintiff for her lack of diligence in seeking timely relief. Moreover, it is particularly troubling that while plaintiff seeks an extension of the discovery deadline, the court is currently considering, on its own motion, whether to sanction plaintiff and her attorneys for misuse of the discovery process due to plaintiff's failure and refusal to appear for her duly noticed deposition on November 3rd, 2025. Plaintiff cannot have it both ways. Rule 16 does not reward a moving party's recalcitrance additional time. Let me look it up to make sure recalcitrance, but it just means like their own failure and obstinately uncooperative attitude, especially towards authority or discipline. Oh, so their non-cooperation with additional time. So because it's their fault that they don't have enough time, then that should not be rewarded, basically. Okay. This shit's base as fuck. And basically is what is always the argument in this shit. Jesus Christ. Bro, there was a lot of discovery time. And in their own filing for extension of discovery time, they're like, oh, we couldn't do it for months because the protective order was on the thing. You chose to wait while the protective order was being ruled on to do certain things. As described in plaintiff's motion, discovery has been significantly delayed due to the timing of the issuance of the protective order, defendant's repeated failure, the information, recent evidence of possible spoliation, right? It was 184 actually, the thing. Time extension of time with discovery cutoff deadline. So there's 2 of these. Maybe it's in here. I think it's still kind of the other thing. Preliminary. The active discovery period in this matter did not commence until the protective order governing discovery was issued on September 2nd, 2025. It was more than 3.5 months for the parties to conduct discovery in the current scheduling manner. So, discovery was like you chose to agree to pause discovery until the protective order was issued, right? You could have just not done that, but you chose to do that. So that doesn't mean like that. It's not your fault. Like that's not. You can't just say, oh, therefore because it didn't happen, or whatever. While plaintiff diligently sought and participated in discovery since the issuance of protective order, that doesn't. You could have been doing it while you were waiting for it to be issued. Parties agreed that no written discovery responses would be provided by plaintiff or defendant, and their deposition would not be noticed prior to the court's issuance of a protective order in this matter. So this is the point. Parties agreed that discovery would not be responded to until the issuance of a protective order. You could have simply not agreed to that and kept doing discovery, right? No one was forcing you to. This wasn't like, it's not the court's fault you decided to wait until the protective order was issued. So that's kind of what they're getting at here. Like, it wasn't because she diligently produced discovery was thwarted by circumstances beyond her control, but she failed to act diligently, failed to prosecute it within the deadlines, and failed to seek the relief she now belatedly seeks. So she didn't ask for discovery extension when they got the protective order, because they could have asked, hey, it's taken quite a long time to get this protective order issued. Because of this, could we get an extension? They didn't do that then. They did it now. Now, at the end of discovery, when it's about to end, and they dodged a notice deposition, that's when they're deciding, oh, okay, hold on, we need an extension, because we didn't actually find anything, because it's been officially doing this petition the whole time, and they were hoping to find something that would give their lawsuit any merit, but they didn't find it. Right. Oh, brother. Okay, let's keep reading. Plaintiff has the burden of establishing good cause to obtain the relief she requests here. Yet, plaintiff does not come close to meeting that standard in her motion. While plaintiff now... Holy shit, wait, is the Trump thing happening? Fuck, there's so much shit happening right now. Hold on, fuck. Where's the Trump thing? Who's streaming it? Live, Trump addresses the nation. Oh, he's not doing it. Somebody let me know when that happens. Somebody in chat, let me know. We'll keep reading until then. Okay. Plaintiff has the burden of establishing good cause to obtain the relief she requests here. Yet plaintiff has not come close to meeting that standard in her motion. While plaintiff now asserts that certain discovery matters, previously brought before the court, warrant an extension, plaintiff fails to explain why she waited until the close of discovery to raise her purported concerns. Despite threatening to do so for months, plaintiff never filed any motion to compel the production of documents or things. Likewise, despite accusing Vanel of spoliation at the very first hearing before Judge Becerra, plaintiff never filed a motion seeking sanctions for any alleged spoliation of evidence. Most concerning, however, is that plaintiff failed and refused to appear for her own disposition, current subject of motion for protective order and motion for sanctions. Plaintiff provides no basis, let alone a justification, for her failure to seek relief within the deadlines imposed by this court. As a matter of law, when this failure to act diligently is fatal to her motion, the motion should be denied. True. To put it in other words, right? They didn't ask for an extension of discovery before. Why are they doing it now? Right? They're now saying that certain discovery matters warrant an extension, but they didn't say that before. They threatened to ask for the court to compel production of documents. They didn't do it. They're saying that Destiny is committing evidence spoliation, meaning that he's destroying evidence. However, they never filed anything asking for sanctions about it. And now you want more time to do stuff? You had a lot of time. You had so much time, but you didn't do any of the things that you would do if you actually believed this. Right? Okay. CS7 is World War III? Oh shit. It could be World War III. I mean, the expectations that he might announce a war with Venezuela, which, if so, I don't think that'll necessarily lead to World War III, but it certainly raises the odds that we can go to World War III. Just said Fent was a WMD. Yeah, he said that earlier today or yesterday, but apparently fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction, which means hospitals are carrying weapons of mass destruction. I don't understand, but you know. Heard about that? Is that what it's going to be about? I don't know. We'll see. Who knows what it's going to be about? Oh shit, he's talking. Is he? Is he just staring?
Good evening, America. 11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
Biden.
When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans. This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country, and it can never be allowed to happen again.
Oh no.
We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody.
Transgender for everyone.
Levels, with law enforcement and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history.
So much change.
There's never been anything like
Positive
it,
or negative
and
change?
I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states.
Because you won the popular vote and also the swing states doesn't make a landslide.
With a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system
there's no mandate there.
really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens.
Bro, he's literally hitting all the fucking
hard-earned
memes.
savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. Really, I mean, they just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation all over the globe. But now you have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year,
he loves law-abiding people.
More than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day 1, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible.
Did he say 0?
Do you remember when Joe Biden said that
0 illegal aliens, guys? No way.
Legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities. Just take a look at Washington, D.C. It's at levels of safety that we've never seen before. And they decimated
so much safety. So safe, very well.
Foreign drug cartels. We did that all by ourselves with our people, and we're so proud of it because they were poisoning and destroying our population. Drugs brought in by ocean and by sea are now down 94%.
Wow.
We have broken
94%
the grip
in
of
drugs.
sinister woke radicals in our schools, and control over those schools is back now in the hands of our great and loving states where education belongs. After rebuilding the United States military in my first term, and with the addition we are adding right now, we have the most powerful military anywhere in the world, and it's not even close.
That's not even
I've restored
close.
American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months.
If you have to say it, that means it's true.
Nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living
So he didn't bring peace in the Middle East last time?
and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving
Whoa.
up prices and everything at levels never seen before.
They looted the treasury at a price never seen before. How much is Trump on the about to start spending? How much did he increase the deficit by?
I am bringing
The debt. How much did he increase the debt by already?
those high prices down and bringing them down very fast. Let's look at the facts. Under the Biden administration, car prices rose 22% and in many states 30% or
Wow.
more. Gasoline rose
Real
30
numbers.
to 50%. Hotel rates rose 37%. Airfares rose 31%. Now under our leadership, they are all coming down and coming down fast. Democratic
Wow.
politicians also
Everything's
said
so
the
down.
cost of groceries soaring, but we are solving that too. The price of a Thanksgiving turkey was down 33% compared to the Biden last year. The price of eggs
Oh, load. What the fuck? I'm
is
missing
down
shit.
82% since March, and everything else is falling rapidly. And it's not done yet.
Yes, I did
Boy,
read
are
it.
we making progress. Nobody can believe what's going on.
Price of eggs is not down,
Here
by
are
the way.
just some of the efforts that we have
None of this is
underway.
true,
You will
obviously.
see in your wallets and bank accounts in the new year. After years of record-setting falling incomes, our policies are boosting take-home pay at a historic pace.
Take-home
Under
pay,
Biden,
wow.
real wages plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners,
Whoa.
we're bringing back
Is this real,
clean,
guys? No
beautiful
way.
coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years,
don't think any of these numbers are
wages
real.
are rising much faster than inflation.
Because the Trump
Remember
administration
that.
stopped posting job
the
numbers,
wages,
remember?
Just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working
There's inflation.
today
I thought he said
than
he stopped
at any
inflation.
time in
What the fuck?
American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all
Wow.
jobs have been
So
in the
no
private
public sector
rather
jobs?
than government, which is the
No one's been
only
hired for the
way
public
to
sector?
make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means
He
jobs,
did not get
wage
that, by the way.
increases, growth, factory openings, and
commitments
far
to
greater
invest.
national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have
favorite
been
word, we
used
know.
successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're
Yes,
building
yes, definitely
factories
happening.
and plants
Everybody's
at
so happy about the
levels we
tariffs.
haven't seen. AI, automobiles, we're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible.
No one
There's
thought you could
never,
make an AI
frankly, been
automobile.
anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready
Whoa.
to fail.
It
Totally
was dead.
failed. Now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the
Wow.
world.
I wonder
And
if he's
that's
ever said that
by
before.
Every single leader that I've spoken to over the last
Every
5
single
months.
one.
Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most
Wow.
sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress.
So many tax cuts.
We
How much
wrapped
spending did
12
he
different
decrease?
bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on
No,
overtime,
it doesn't.
and
No,
no
it doesn't.
tax on Social Security
No, it doesn't.
for our great seniors.
None of that is true.
Under
There's still
these
tax
cuts,
on all those
many
things.
families will be saving between $11,000
Many.
and
Many.
$20,000
How many is
a
many?
year. And next spring is projected to be the largest tax
Many, Will?
refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce
Whoa.
that more than 1,450,000, think of this,
Wow.
1,450,000
See, he fucked it
military
up.
service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas.
Warrior?
A
Warrior dividend.
In honor of our nation's founding in
They're getting a
1776,
bonus?
we are sending every soldier
Every soldier.
$1,776.
No way.
Think of
Wow.
that. And the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that one until about 30 minutes ago. We made a lot more money than
He's
anybody thought
just
because of tariffs.
increasing
and
defense
the bill
spending?
helped
Cool,
us
dude.
along.
They really
Nobody
needed that.
deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes.
Supposed to be, he might be announcing war with Venezuela.
I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs.
No one's ever done that before.
Directly with the drug companies and foreign
No one's
nations,
ever stood up
which
to
were taking advantage of
drug
our country for many decades
prices.
to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward, and I use the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off, and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible.
Wow. Drugs will be going down a lot.
It's called most favored nation, and no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower costs. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make
Unaffordable Care Act. Oh, he got him.
It was bad health care at much higher cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault.
Oh,
it's
the Democrats' fault,
and everybody,
not the Republicans.
Again, I want the money to go directly to the people, so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies.
Democrat Party's controlled by insurance companies.
But that's okay with me, because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost.
Finally.
Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds, as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden.
30 to 100.
The typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states,
not here.
By the way, just
anybody else? Anybody see $2.50
a gallon? And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody.
Practically, I would say by anyone. Wow. Okay.
On electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule.
No way.
In 11 months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll soon announce our next chairman of the Federal Reserve, someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the
prices are coming down, guys. Can you believe it? Any minute now, they're going to come down.
We'll announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in
American
reform history.
No way.
A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never
it's
been
the immigrants'
invaded.
fault.
This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing
In
that
his
the
opinion.
Biden administration did to our country is the
The worst thing they
invasion
did.
at the border. The last
The worst thing
administration
that
and their
Biden did
allies
was the
in
invasion.
Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent
Taxpayer-funded?
and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time,
This is
illegal
just
aliens
so
stole
retarded,
American
bro.
jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American
Free health and
taxpayer.
education for the
They
illegal
also
immigrants?
increased the
No.
cost of law
No way.
enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now
Don't even
seeing
mention how
reverse
high it is.
migration
True.
as
Thank you,
migrants
Trump.
go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of
All of it. No-
net job creation has
citizens
gone
were
to
getting jobs.
American-born citizens. 100%.
Not a single.
In the end, government either serves
Not a single
the
citizen
productive,
born outside. Like,
patriotic, hardworking
do you guys
American
believe this?
citizen, or it serves those who
Not a
break the
single
laws,
citizen
cheat
who's born in a
the
different country has
system,
gotten a job
and seek power
since
and profit
January.
at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where
Oh wait, CS Avenue, you weren't born in the US, were you? You got a job, haven't you? So is he just bullshit or like, what is it?
Malians
I
have
don't know.
taken over the economics
one
of
of
the
you must be
state
lying,
and have
right?
stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. And we're going to put an end to it for so
No, they
long
stole from the
as
US.
before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day. Not anymore. We're putting America first. And we are making America great again. Very simple. We are making America great
Whoa,
again.
he said the thing.
Tonight, after 11 months, our
he said
border is
it.
secure. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation
Inflation's
is strong.
done?
America is respected, and our country
So
is
respected.
back, stronger than ever before.
So back.
We're
No
poised for
way.
an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the
Economic
World Cup
boom.
and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we
You
will
got the
celebrate the
Olympics?
250th anniversary of the Declaration
the
of
World Cup?
Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the
His
envy
what?
of the entire globe. We are respected
Destiny?
again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
That's
God
it?
bless you all.
Well, okay. Thank you. Wow. Yes. What a great speech. What a great speech. What a great speech. Thank you, Trump. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. What a fucking retard. Oh boy. That was it. That was it. That's what this is about. Oh brother. Shitsia says I had a job since 18, various places with payroll, pay taxes, got my license 16, and I haven't got legally bound to someone. I bought a house with a mortgage. I promise I'm a monship, I'm not lying. Well, since 18. I didn't ask about since 18. I asked this year during Trump because since you were 18, unless you're 18 right now, then that would be not under dear leader Trump who got us all these things. You haven't got a job since the Trump admin came into power, right? Oh, CSU it says something like AI modded. When he started jerking himself off, I knew it was a nothing burger. I mean, if it was a something burger, he would still be jerking himself off. Absolutely. So it's gonna be very old boomers who buy into this shit. No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't think so much. I think there are lots of people who buy this shit. Fortunately. No, yeah, what I learned said 250 years was a good run. Yeah, guys, can you believe it? 250th anniversary, and we got Trump in office. Isn't that just awesome? Jeez. That was awesome. I love watching Empire fall in real time. Hell yeah, Fudge. Hell yeah. Okay, Golden, yeah. Just North Korea shit. Just, I am so cool, Trump RX. I will get your healthcare down and housing down and everything down. Surely, believe me, trust. Fucking dumbass. He says, I magically got a job in October, a real one, not my independent croc dodger stuff. That's why I'm tired of all the time I need things explained to me like I'm 5. Oh! Wait, so you got a job in October? So during Trump administration? And you weren't born in the US? So, you're saying Trump is lying? What the fuck? That's crazy. Magic. It must be magic, because Trump said that couldn't happen. He says it hasn't happened. He must just not be aware. Also, I'm in Communist California. Oh, you're in Commie California. Trump must not include Commie California in America. That must be it. I think. That must be it. Hold on. Okay. California. Exact. Oh shit. Forget. True. California. California. Secret memes, guys. Okay. Okay. Let's keep reading. More court filing shit. Part 2. No good cause exists to extend discovery. Scheduling order may be modified only for good cause. Quote, and good cause requires a showing that the schedule could not be met despite the movement's diligence. Citing to Sosa v. Airprint Systems Inc., the good cause standard precludes modification unless the schedule cannot be met despite the diligence of the party seeking the extension. So it's saying for there to be good cause, it needs to be out of your control that there can be an extension, right? The reasons for the extension need to be outside of your control. It needs to have not been even possible to have met the requirements before the deadline. And citing to Hayes Healthcare, this other case, the same thing. Party seeking modification of scheduling order, quote, has the burden of proving that the scheduling deadline could not have been met despite the movement's diligent effort to do so. Citing to John Morrell Company versus Royal Caribbean Cruises Limited. Absent a showing of diligence, courts, quote, may hold it against the clear terms of the scheduling order. Citing to Descendants v. Wall Residence Repairs. Indeed, a finding of lack of diligence on the part of the party seeking modification ends the good cause inquiry. And, quote, Compass Tech v. Investments. The 11th Circuit has repeatedly affirmed denials of discovery extensions where the moving party delayed in pursuing discovery or failed to explain why discovery could not have been completed earlier. See Pyatt v. A. Comtech Servers affirming denial of extension where the movement failed to explain why discovery could not be completed before deadlines and did not address diligence. Ashmore v. Secretary, Department of Justice. Okay. Affirming denial of extension where the plaintiff delayed in beginning discovery. So this is they're citing to a case where denial was found when the plaintiff delayed in beginning discovery, so it was a delay. And this other case, Descendants, holding that even where a court has authority to grant a post hoc extension, is not required to do so. So they don't have to do this. And artistic and entertainment, Inc. for the City of Water Robins, affirming denial of discovery center where the issues could have been addressed earlier. So saying this could have been done earlier. So all these things are all being cited to. These are all reasons that this shit has been denied before. And they're going to argue that it happened in this case. Let's see. Part A. Plaintiff's lack of diligence precludes modification of the scheduling order as a matter of law. Plaintiff's failure to conduct the necessary discovery is a crisis of her own making. The requested relief is precluded as a matter of law. Indeed, courts in this district have repeatedly rejected attempts to extend discovery where the delay is attributable to a party's own lack of diligence rather than any external impediment. For example, Budget Truck Rental LLC v. Delpra is particularly instructive. Also saying, hey, this case, let's look at that and see how it applies. In Budget Truck, like here, the plaintiff sought a 60-day extension of discovery cutoff date, arguing the defendant had failed to cooperate in discovery, discovery responses were completely inadequate, end quote, and the initial 7-month discovery period was, quote, incredibly short, notwithstanding plaintiff's claimed diligence. In denying the plaintiff's motion, the Budget Truck Court held that for the parties to argue that a 7-month discovery period is incredibly short is preposterous, and, quote, the fact that both parties have conducted themselves in a litigious manner throughout the duration of this case is not sufficient reasoning for the court to extend any deadlines in the trial order. See also Payet 2021 holding the discovery extensions are improper where a party invokes incomplete discovery without explaining why it couldn't have been included within the existing schedule, explain why such efforts were not undertaken earlier. So basically here what they're getting at is, look, if you're going to say that like it's because they didn't give enough things to us or whatever, their responses were inadequate, it was incredibly short. Like, if you think that discovery responses are inadequate, there's something you can do. You can file a motion to compel and make the other person do it. Have the court make the other person give you what you need. But that hasn't happened, right? So it cuts against that argument, right? When Liu versus University of Miami School of Medicine, affirming denial motion to extend discovery, recognizing that the plaintiff had already conducted a significant discovery, movement failed to identify, quote, any evidence that she hoped to obtain during additional discovery, much less explain how such evidence was crucial to her case. So in this case, of I guess a student versus UM, it was denied because they weren't able to show the evidence that they want for during the extra time that she's requesting, and even if she did explain that, she didn't even explain how that evidence would be crucial to the case. So in cases where they can't show what evidence they want or explain why that evidence is crucial to the case, they aren't, the thing was denied. And in this case, Mar v. TLFO, denied extension where plaintiff waited until days before the discovery cutoff to pursue key evidence, failed to explain why the need for discovery could not have been identified earlier, including that plaintiff, quote, simply did not consider what sorts of evidence he would need to support his claim until late in the day, which, quote, illustrated a lack of diligence. They're saying, in this one, it was denied when they started this shit way too late. All they did was they just didn't realize they needed this evidence until it was too late, meaning that they weren't diligent, meaning the court has an obligation, or the court should not do it because it was just because of their lack of diligence. Cryptic. What happens to the speedy trial clause? Destiny's Sixth Amendment rights are being violated. All these stupid delays. I don't think that's exactly how the Sixth Amendment works, unfortunately. Speedy trial has a very broad meaning, unfortunately. Has been interpreted many ways since the founding, or rather when the Bill of Rights was written, but yeah. I wish it applied and we could just get, hey, you got a week to do this shit. But it's okay. Because even though it's taken a while, the judge is based and is giving good orders. So don't even worry about that, okay? It'll come, and when it does, it'll be good. Continuing. This case has been pending for nearly a year, and plaintiff's apparent failure to conduct necessary discovery is a result of her own lack of diligence. So they're saying, in these cases, lack of diligence causes denial. Here's how we think they had a lack of diligence. As an initial matter, plaintiff's contention that the active discovery period lasted just 3.5 months is absurd. This is what I was saying earlier. Let's see what they have. Similarly absurd is your claim that discovery was on hold, quote, for any period of time. Specifically, in her motion, Plaintiff falsely contends discovery did not commence or was, quote, on hold until entry of the protective order on September 2nd, 2025, leaving, quote, no more than 3.5 months before the September 16th, 2025 discovery cutoff. Oh, so exactly what I said. You guys were here earlier. You might remember me saying exactly this. They could have just not paused discovery while they waited for the protective order. They could have just kept discovering, but they didn't. Corbic says, at this rate, plaintiff is just reaching excuses to keep delaying things. Zip and food shops are going to end up getting deposed. I will say now, the odds of me getting deposed are very low. Not impossible, but incredibly low. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I have discoverable information related to this case. I don't know why I'd be deposed. However, that would be really, really fucking funny. That's all I'll say. I'm not saying they should do it, but it'd be really funny if they did. So you're saying, specifically, plaintiff falsely contends discovery did not commence. Not so. 2-word sentence. Simple as, not so. First, parties never agreed to stay discovery, nor did the court ever issue an order staying discovery in the case. Ooh, so when they said the parties agreed that no written discovery response would be provided, that wasn't the case, saying the parties never agreed to stay discovery, nor did the court ever issue an order staying discovery in the case. There's a footnote. I wonder what the footnote says. Plaintiff concedes that only the parties' written discovery was deferred by attorney stipulation, admitting that the parties agreed that no written discovery responses would be provided by plaintiff or defendant, and their depositions would not be noticed prior to the court's issuance of a protective order. So this is true. So this is what that's this quote, what I already had open, right? By plaintiff or defendant. So this doesn't mean they couldn't have deposed non-party witnesses. Could have deposed other people, you know? That agreement does not excuse plaintiff's failure to pursue third-party discovery in earnest, including foreign discovery. So when they're talking here in foreign discovery, they're saying Molina. If you knew the Molina thing was going to take time, why did you wait till just a couple months ago to do that? Right? Which she now claims to desperately need. So she's saying that she desperately needs the foreign discovery from Destiny's ex-wife, Molina. Why didn't she do it earlier? Right? She could have done it at any time during the time when the discovery was supposedly paused. It wasn't really on hold or paused. It was just the plaintiff and defendant agreed that they want to do it. If anyone has stymied discovery in this case, it is plaintiff. Plaintiff's counsel represents 4 of the witnesses identified and subpoenaed in this case. Counsel has repeatedly obstructed Bunnell's access to those clients for discovery, including plaintiff's purported star witness, Abby MC, who has failed and refused to respond to a properly served subpoena. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. New info. Okay. Some previous filings. Last we heard was that Abby MC was served. Now we know. Firstly, 4 of the witnesses identified subpoenaed, represented by plaintiff. Okay. Or plaintiff's counsel, rather. Not Pixie herself. Jesus Christ. She better not be representing anyone. Including Abby MC, who, even though they said earlier, was served, she has failed and refused to respond to the properly served subpoena. Now, I remember talking to Abby MC in Darius's Discord. She said she had tons of evidence and had already given it to Pixie's lawyers, who were her lawyers. She said she had so much evidence, so much that she could show. Why isn't she responding to the subpoena? What the hell? It's a little crazy, ain't it? That's your star witness. Good footnote. Banger. Okay. Even assuming the discovery was stayed while plaintiff's motion for protective order was pending, it was not. Saying, even if you assume that the discovery was on pause, which it wasn't, plaintiff entirely ignores the fact she did not even move for a protective order until June 2nd, 2025, nearly 4 months after she filed the complaint. In the nearly 4 months after filing the complaint, plaintiff did nothing to advance discovery in this case. Despite her 11th hour plea that the discovery period has been insufficient, plaintiff has 7 months to conduct discovery in this case, and any failure to complete discovery is a result of plaintiff's and her counsel's lack of diligence since the outset of this case. So they're saying, even if you're right that the protective order is why discovery was paused, if it was paused, which it wasn't, even if that was true, you didn't file for the protective order until 4 months after filing the complaint. If that was an issue, you should have done it earlier. If you thought the protective order was going to be an issue in how long your discovery is going to be, you should have done it earlier. No? Like, this is what they're saying. This is very simple, okay? And they're citing the budget truck. Again, for a party to argue a 7-month discovery period is incredibly short is preposterous. So in this case, there's discovery was even longer, right? Than 7 months. Or was it about 7 months? I don't even remember. Oh, no, plaintiff has had 7 months. So in this case, 7 months is not incredibly short. Ooh, shit. Wait, I didn't even ran that. So plaintiff has 7 months to conduct a discovery. And in this case that they're citing to, for a party to argue a 7-month discovery period is really short. It's preposterous. Damn. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Moreover, even ignoring the nearly 4 months of inactivity prior to seeking a protective order, plaintiff's reported constraint would have been apparent the moment the protective order was entered on September 2nd, 2025. If plaintiff believed the discovery schedule was not feasible, she could have, and should have, moved promptly to seek additional time. She did not. So citing 2 Fisher v. SP1, affirming denial of discovery extension with a movement, gave the court no indication he would be seeking an extension until the date the discovery was scheduled to close, holding last-minute requests failed Rule 16's diligence requirement. Citing to Howard v. Client Serves, denying extension discovery where plaintiff advanced no reason the schedule could not be met with diligence and waited more than 3 months to notice defendant's deposition on the last day of discovery. So these are cases where they waited till the last minute and the shit was denied. Which seems to be what's happening in this case. Instead, plaintiff here waited until December 4th, 2025, 12 days before discovery cutoff to seek a broad extension. Plaintiff offers no explanation for why relief was not sought in September, October, or even November. Second footnote. As this court has already noted, plaintiff's lack of urgency is nothing new. For example, as early as the April 4, 2025 status conference, Judge Becerra admonished plaintiff for her lack of diligence in seeking emergency relief long after the relevant facts were known, observing that there is nothing that's happening today that wasn't happening when you filed the suit or even a month before, including the TRO request appeared stale. So even at the beginning, they were already saying, hey, the issue with your thing right now is that you waited too long to do it. As early as April, Pixie's counsel were already being admonished for lack of diligence in seeking relief. That's what they're doing here now. They're still doing it. Steel 2000? Sure, true, I Warlords. Steel 2000 is about to get involved as well. Obviously. Okay. Second footnote. Red. What else we got? Part B. Plaintiffs purported bases for bases. Bases? I think it's bases. Yeah, plaintiffs purported bases for extension. I was right the first time. Why am I doubting myself? Plaintiffs reported bases for extension discovery are without merit. In her motion, plaintiff contends that an extension is warranted for 3 reasons, none of which have merit. None of them. Not even one of them has merit, guys. And all of which highlight plaintiff's own lack of diligence in conducting discovery. Specifically, plaintiff contends that an extension is warranted because 1, written discovery has been exchanged, but there are unresolved objections to defendant's document production. 2, depositions of plaintiff and defendant have not been rescheduled. And 3, deposition of non-party witness Melina Joranson has not yet been scheduled. None of plaintiff's purported grounds for extension of discovery period establish good cause as a matter of law. Okay? So, I'm a pre-watch, as I pre-watched when I read the first thing, but discovery is exchanged unresolved objections. If you have unresolved objections, why haven't you filed for a motion to compel? Would you file anything to the court to get the discovery things that you object to? Depositions of plaintiff defendant have not been rescheduled. You dodged your duly noticed deposition. Okay, so that's not an issue. You could have done those depositions, and the reason that they didn't happen was because of you. And 3, Melina Joranson's deposition has not yet been scheduled. They're probably going to say, you haven't established good reason why you need this, why it's crucial to the case, and why didn't you file for this subpoena way earlier, since you knew it was going to take time? And which you could have done this during the time when discovery was supposedly paused, according to you, right? Those are going to be the arguments. We'll see if my pre-watch was correct. Part 1. I just got here. Can you start reading from the beginning? No, Last Stand 456. I cannot start reading from the beginning. But you can rewind the YouTube VOD and go in and see. You can rewind it. Okay. 1. Plaintiff's failure to timely file discovery motions does not constitute good cause to extend discovery. Plaintiff's contention of purported unresolved objections to Bunnell's multiple document productions warrants an extension is without merit. See Budget Truck. Again, citing this Budget Truck case. Inadequate discovery responses and the fact that both parties have conducted themselves in a litigious manner is not sufficient reasoning for the court to extend any deadlines. Critically, despite that plaintiff now contends that Bunnell's production and discovery responses are inadequate, plaintiff has had several months to file a motion to compel, yet she has failed to do so. Is that right? See motion at 2, plaintiff contends the protection is still deficient and thus anticipates filing a motion to compel. Emphasis added. Plaintiff's motion does not explain why she failed to move to compel within the discovery period, which the discovery period is now over, right? So she just didn't do that. Plaintiff's failure to timely seek relief from the court does not establish good cause to modify the scheduling order. If anything, it establishes plaintiff's lack of diligence over a 10-month period. Similarly, plaintiff's contention that an extension is warranted to allow, quote, adequate time to investigate potential spoliation by Bunnell is equally meritless. Since at least April 4th, 2025 status conference, plaintiff has asserted that evidence spoliation is an ongoing issue, yet no spoliation motion has ever been filed. Indeed, for nearly an entire year, plaintiff has repeatedly invoked alleged spoliation without ever filing a motion seeking such relief. See this motion, preliminary injunction, positive motion is dismissed. All these things, they never filed for a motion seeking relief for spoliation, even though they've been talking about it for 8 months. In fact, in the court's October 6, 2025 order denying plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction, the court put it succinctly. This was a banger of an order, and this is going to be a great quote. It is now October of 2025, and there is no such spoliation motion on the docket. As of today's date, no such spoliation motion has been filed. Plaintiff offers no explanation why. If she had a good faith basis to accuse Bunnell of spoliation, she could not have filed such a motion earlier. Plaintiff's failure to engage in timely motion practice only highlights her lack of diligence in this case. Such a failure, quote, ends the good cause inquiry. Citing to Compass iTech. Jesus Christ, brother. This is just true. And I pre-watched. Because they're so retarded, even me, not a lawyer, could preempt the arguments for their fucking shit filing. What the fuck? Come the fuck on, man. What are you doing? 2. Plaintiff's failure to appear for her own deposition does not constitute good cause to extend discovery. It's going to be what I said. In her motion, plaintiff has the audacity to assert that because party depositions have not been completed due to Bunnell's alleged failure to cooperate, plaintiff is entitled to an extension of discovery period. Plaintiff blatantly disregards the record as well as this court's prior order concerning party depositions. Any delay in party depositions is the fault of plaintiff's own recalcitrance. Her motion should be denied accordingly. They're saying here, it's true that there haven't been depositions have not happened. So for one thing, Pixie should have gone to her duly noticed deposition, or she should have filed for a protective order to dispute the unilaterally scheduled deposition, or she could have, after Destiny's was protected, right, after the court stayed the notice for Destiny's deposition, she could have simply been deposed. There wasn't a stay on Pixie's deposition. They could have just deposed Pixie within the discovery deadline, right? Before December 16th or whatever, I think it was. Why didn't they do that? To be clear, plaintiff failed to appear for a notice of deposition on November 3rd, 2025. She did not seek protective order or any other timely judicial relief to excuse her non-appearance. On November 5th, this court ordered plaintiffs to show cause, quote, why a timely motion for protective order was not filed when knowledge of a dispute materialized, why sanctions should not be entered under Rule 37, or alternatively, why good cause exists, nunc pro tunc, to excuse plaintiff's non-attendance at her deposition. That's the court ordering this. Due to plaintiff's failure to appear for her own deposition without court authorization, court ordered Bonnell's deposition stayed pending further order of the court. Plaintiff cannot rely on her own failure to appear for deposition to justify her purported need for an extension of discovery period. Ironically, while plaintiff seeks an extension of discovery period, court is currently deciding on its own motion whether to sanction plaintiff and her attorneys for misuse of the discovery process, i.e., in other words, her unexcused failure to appear for deposition. Moreover, had plaintiff either appeared for a deposition as noticed or sought timely protective relief, party depositions could have and would have proceeded as scheduled over a month ago. Courts do not accept such dilatory conduct as good cause to extend discovery period. Now, I'm sure dilatory has to do with dilation. Slow to act. Oh, yeah. This doesn't have to do with dilation exactly. Or dilation is slowing. Meaning. Made wider. Speaking, writing at length. Slow to act. Good to know. Learn a new word every day, guys. Andy needs to drop more audacity more in these songs. I mean, it's pretty base when they've done it. It's pretty good. Okay. See, for example, Delgado v. Metro Cruz. Okay, so this they're saying this, and they're gonna cite this case, Delgado v. Metro Cruz, denying discovery extension when plaintiff, quote, had an adequate opportunity for discovery, finding no good cause where plaintiff had a year in which to depose the defendant, waited until the waning days of discovery to notice deposition. 3. When this failure to conduct timely foreign discovery under the Hague Convention does not constitute good cause to extend discovery. Plaintiff's belated request for additional time to conduct foreign discovery constitutes nothing more than a fishing expedition with no bearing or relevance to plaintiff's claims. Still desperate to establish subject matter jurisdiction where none exists, plaintiff contends that she must depose Bonnell's ex-wife, Miss Jernson, in Sweden. Plaintiff argues that because she failed to timely seek this foreign discovery, she should be entitled to extension. Nonsense! Oh my god! Andy B. hitting them with the nonsense. Nothing prevented plaintiff from seeking to subpoena Ms. Johnson much earlier in this case. In fact, plaintiff's own document protection confirms that plaintiff communicated extensively with Ms. Johnson about this lawsuit months before filing it. Ooh, shit. I think we already knew this, but confirmed. Okay. Pixie talked a lot with Molina months before filing the lawsuit about this. And yet, they didn't subpoena until just now. Plaintiff, what they're about to say. Yeah, plaintiff waited until October 7th, 2025. Maybe the worst October 7th in the history of October 7th. Nearly 8 months after filing suit to seek a letter of request for international judicial assistance. Plaintiff's unjustified delay highlights her lack of diligence in obtaining discovery. Such a delay cannot constitute good cause to extend discovery on that basis. Notably, in Bonnell's opposition to plaintiff's Hague motion, Bonnell specifically asserted that he does not agree to any discovery extension or delay to the plaintiff's last-minute request for relief under the Hague Convention. They already brought it up. Bonnell objects to plaintiff's motion to the extent it will cause any delay in the case, does not agree to extend the discovery cutoff date or otherwise postpone any of the other deadlines the court previously set. So they already brought up this objection. Plaintiff, for her part, acknowledged in reply that even if the evidence sought cannot be secured before the discovery cutoff, she may attempt to secure it for trial. See reply to Hague motion. That posture underscores the problem. Despite previously acknowledging that her delay in requesting foreign discovery may prevent her from obtaining such information prior to the discovery cutoff, plaintiff nevertheless moves to extend the discovery deadline on that basis. So they already said it's possible this, the fact that this happened so late might prevent this information being obtained before the discovery cutoff. And yet, now they're saying that because they can't receive that information, they should get a discovery deadline extension. Doesn't really make sense, does it? A lot of interesting things here from the brother, Andy B. Part C. Plaintiff's failure to establish subject matter jurisdiction does not justify an extension of discovery. As Bonnell has maintained from the outset of this case, this court lacks subject matter jurisdiction here. Plaintiff's failure to produce evidence establishing subject matter jurisdiction cannot justify an extension of discovery in the hopes of curing that defect. Plaintiff has had 10 months to do so, yet she's repeatedly failed to produce competent evidence of any transmission of the video after the Cardi statute's effective date. Rather than demonstrating diligence within the existing schedule, plaintiff's motion seeks to extend discovery in order to continue searching through speculative third-party and foreign discovery for facts that she hypothesizes might salvage jurisdiction. That is not a proper basis for modifying a scheduling order. Rule 16 does not permit a party to expand discovery deadlines so it may keep digging for jurisdictional facts that could and should have been pursued earlier. They're citing to a case. See Sosa, rejecting schedule modification where counsel, quote, left to chance a critical component of subject matter jurisdiction, delayed pursuing information available before suit, and sought relief only after deadlines expired, warning that excusing such conduct would, quote, render scheduling orders meaningless. Basically what they're saying here, in this case it was found, what's the point of having a scheduling order if you're going to just extend it, just because of their incompetence, because of their own delay? It doesn't make any sense to do so. There would be no point in a scheduling order if you were going to just extend it for no reason. So you should stick to it, is what they're arguing. Discovery certainly should not be expanded while Bonnell's jurisdictional challenge, already fairly briefed, remains pending. See motion dismiss. Allowing plaintiff to prolong discovery in hopes of manufacturing jurisdiction when none exists would contravene Rule 16's core purpose of enforcing diligence and orderly case management. So they're saying, hey, look, we already have a jurisdictional challenge. Our motion to dismiss. Just because she failed to do that doesn't give a good reason to extend discovery. Just because they want to keep looking for something that would help them in fighting that motion to dismiss and establishing subject matter jurisdiction isn't a good enough reason to extend discovery. See Lord v. Fairway, explaining that scheduling orders exist so parties may rely on fixed deadlines for discovery and dispositive motions, and that, quote, absent a showing of diligence on the part of a party seeking to extend deadlines, the court order schedule should not be disturbed. Plaintiff's motion should be denied. Holy shit. Part D. We're nearly there, guys. Almost at the end. Part D. Plaintiff's reported authorities are inapposite. Oh, shit. Pretty sure I'm pronouncing that right. Inapposite. But what they're about to argue is that the citations plaintiff uses in her motion don't actually support her argument. Let's see. Plaintiff's reliance on De Curtis LLC v. Carnival Corp is misplaced. In fact, this court in De Curtis expressly rejected the very type of blanket extension plaintiff seeks here. There, the court expressly held that plaintiff failed to establish diligence and that, quote, nothing in plaintiff's motion persuasively demonstrates good cause for why the current scheduling order should be materially changed. In De Curtis, plaintiff's motion was unopposed, and yet the court emphasized that, other than limited case-specific relief, it, quote, remained the case that the current order should continue to govern and bring the discovery phase to a close. Yikes, bro. So in their argument, let's see actually. De Curtis. So they cited to it 3 times. So they said, by way, for example, this court granted in part a motion to amend scheduling order in De Curtis case. Courts have routinely extended discovery cutoff in the interest of fairness to allow the parties to complete the discovery process. De Curtis LLC. So at first they say this happens routinely, like in this case. Then they say it was granted in part here. Last time they bring it up, unlike in these cases, discovery cutoff has not yet passed. And yet, what actually happened in that case, the court held to their own standard that the scheduling order should not be materially changed. And even though the motion was unopposed, remain the case current order should continue to govern and bring the discovery phase to a close. Their own case, bro, goes against them. Plaintiff's reliance on underwriters at interest v. All Logistics Groups, Inc. fares no better. In Underwriters, the court modified the schedule in a procedurally unique posture, where the parties jointly sought an extension, and newly added third-party defendants had been brought into the case only 2 months before discovery was set to close, and with virtually no opportunity to participate in discovery at all. Here, unlike in underwriters, plaintiff initiated his case nearly a year before the discovery cutoff, but now exposes any extension. Plaintiff's claimed time constraints are not the product of late-added parties or expired discovery periods, rather plaintiff's own lack of diligence. So saying in that case, there were reasons other than the ones that would apply in plaintiff's case that was granted. Like, it was a joint request, meaning both parties agreed that they would request from the court to alter the discovery deadline. And there were new defendants that had just been added, meaning they could not have completed discovery, right? In this case, they could have done it. They're just incompetent. And also, they're opposing it. Nor does KB Oreo LLC v. Winterman support plaintiff's position. There, the court extended only interim discovery deadlines, not the discovery cutoff itself, after advising the parties it would entertain such adjustments due to delayed appearances following vacatur of a default party. Default party. Let me understand what's going on. There, the court extended only interim discovery deadlines, not discovery cutoff itself, advising the parties would entertain such adjustments to delayed appearances following vacatur. Okay. So in this case, the discovery deadline was not adjusted. It was interim discovery deadlines, meaning specific discovery deadlines within it. So like a sub deadline was adjusted after they had said that they would entertain this kind of adjustment because of something that happened. Here, by contrast, no comparable circumstances exist. Plaintiff seeks to extend the discovery cutoff itself without any prior indication from the court that such relief would be entertained, and without any comparable circumstances that drove the result in KB Oreo. Plaintiff's other cited authorities reflect only the general proposition that courts possess discretion to modify schedules in appropriate circumstances. Footnote 3. What's footnote 3? So United States Surgical is this? Okay, so these are the ones that they're referring to. They do not establish an extension is warranted when the movement had ample opportunity to seek relief earlier and did not, or where the requested extension is tied to an effort to... They do not establish that an extension is warranted when it had ample opportunity to seek relief earlier and did not, or where the requested extension is tied to an effort. Ooh, so bad grammar? Yikes. Typo. Did not, or where the requested extension is tied to an effort to prolong discovery on tangential matters, including foreign discovery, to rehabilitate a disputed jurisdictional theory. I see what they're trying to say, unfortunately. Big grammar error. Typo. Yikes. Yikes, man. Where's the proofreading at? Unfortunate. But they're saying those cases do not establish an extension is warranted where you had ample opportunity and the request extension is tied to an effort to prolong discovery on a disputed jurisdictional theory. None of plaintiff's authority supports extending the discovery cutoff where the movement repeatedly delayed conducting discovery, failed to timely file discovery motions, and failed to appear for her own deposition without reason or justification. Part 3 in conclusion. For these reasons stated herein, but on respectful request, court deny plaintiff's motion to modify the scheduling order in its entirety. Boom. Easy. I think this has a pretty good chance of being granted. There might be a discovery extension, but like even if there is an order to extend discovery, 90% chance. If it's like a extended order that actually has a lot of shit, the court's gonna fucking demolish Pixie's lawyers on their fucking behavior, because all this shit, it's pretty true, man. It's their own fault that they weren't able to complete the discovery that they wanted. They had the option to do so, they didn't do so, and they're only doing it because they want to establish subject matter jurisdiction, which they haven't been able to do because it's not possible. So they're going to keep trying. They just went for fishing expedition. The point of a discovery deadline extension is not to allow fishing expedition to continue. And let's Andrew cooked here. True. Andrew fucking cooked with this one. And lad, how do the deadlines work? Does this have to be ruled by the deadline? Ruled on the deadline. The deadline's already done, right? December 16th, I believe, was the cutoff for discovery. And they said at the beginning. Somewhere. I think it was the 16th. Or it's like the 18th with Sotomura. But this doesn't have to be ruled on by the deadline. But like that's also the point, right? If you file a motion, it doesn't get ruled before to extend the deadline, and it doesn't get ruled on until after the deadline, unless it's granted, you're shit out of luck, right? Like whatever the fuck you wanted to find, right? Whatever reason you had for wanting the discovery to be extended, if you don't get it done before the discovery deadline, and your shit's denied, you're just fucked, right? Like because there's no, oh shit, so can we have an extra 5 days because we filed everything 5 days? No, that's not how it works. So if the shit gets denied, and there's a good chance it will, although I do think it's possible that it's granted, at least in part. Like, they might just be shit out of luck, in which case, I don't even know what would happen. Like, the argument might just, like, if it gets granted, it might get granted, not a 60-day deadline. It might just get granted so that Pixie and Destiny can each get deposed, and then that's it. Maybe it's just extended and they get an extra month to do things. Like, but the reason to extend it wouldn't be any of the fucking bullshit that Pixie said in filing, right? It would be the court itself is deciding we think there should be an extension because you haven't even been able to depose the parties. But I think the court would be making up its own reason to extend discovery rather than granting plaintiffs, which I don't even know if that's usual. So maybe that just won't happen. I have no idea. That's Kafka. What he thinks. New filing. Just Reddit on stream. Opposition. Tests. Opposition to the discovery extension request. If you wanna come on stream, I have some questions, but no biggie. If not, smile. Okay. So yeah, I don't know on that part. Less than us, discovery's already over. The judge can still extend it. Yes, the judge could still extend discovery, even though it's already over. Who's DMing? Kafka Esquire. My favorite lawyer. Kafka Esquire. Maybe I think Kafka's my favorite lawyer. Purely because I'm not friends with Andrew Breller himself. But Andrew Breller is definitely up there as well, in terms of my favorite lawyers. Pisco's also up there, my favorite lawyers, though he's dropped quite a bit. I should summon the cockroach. Whoa. The cockroach. I mean, I guess he is one, but seems a little crude. Calling him a roach? Isn't that what you're supposed to call Hassan? Joking the judge must drop some fat bombs. I mean, there's going to be a fuck ton of, like, there's still a fuck ton of orders that need to be, like, there's a fuck ton of shit that needs to be ruled on by the judge. If the judge denies, like, this extension, right, there's just going to be a fuck ton of orders coming in. I'm waiting for that content, bro. Those are going to be, those readings are going to be great. I mean, come on. I mean, the orders are going to be brutal for Pixie and her counsel. Like, the sanctions already, like, the sanctions itself, like, that's just, bro. I do not ask. Can they do anything during the interim before the judge rules in the deadline? I mean, they could do lots of things. Now they can't do much because discovery's already over. So, like, if they want to request something, like, Destiny counsel can just say no, and they can't really say, but we're going to tell you no. Discovery's over, so it's too late, right? Yeah, possibly. I love the judges' findings. The judges' findings have been great, like every single one. So it's just like you already know they're gonna be fucking bangers coming in. I can't wait for summary judgment maybe or granting of the motion to dismiss. Warlord says MTD would end it all. Yeah, but I think there's a good chance that the motion to dismiss will not be granted, but still I think the odds are still high on summary judgment if that's the case. I think it's a very low chance that it goes to trial, but I guess there's a chance. It's always a possibility, okay? It's possible. Very important, that word, possible. Logically possible. Not speaking to the probability, just saying that's logically possible. That it does go to trial. Okay? Just make sure you guys know. Wait, is Kafka a roach? If so, is he a subject of the Roach King, Asmongold? Should ask him. Should ask him that. Maybe if he comes in, I'll ask him. I'll remember to ask him in DMs. Actually, I'll just ask him now. By the way, someone wants to know if, as a roach, you are a subject of the Roach King? Has been. He's been asked, okay? I'll get back to you with a response, Last Stand. Okay, Pisco? You got it, I Warlord. You understood the reference. It's a Pisco reference. The earlier in chat he was going to a Christmas party? Oh, okay. Good for him. Yeah, you mentioned earlier that he was like probably not like gonna be able to talk, but I didn't know he was at a Christmas party. Nice. Good for him. You'll see it eventually then. God damn. That was a banger of a filing. Jesus Christ, man. There wasn't anything accompanying this, right? There were no exhibits or anything. I don't think there were. Yeah, there's nothing. Damn. 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 Didn't the guy turn into a generic giant insect in the Kafka story? I think that's true, I don't know. But yeah, it's generally depicted as a cockroach, so I think that's where I come from. Feels like Pisco has a double standard on vexatious litigants. What do you think he has a double standard on vexatious litigants on? You think so, Evie Joel? I don't know if I agree. Fudge, what's the synopsis of these filings? Synopsis of this filing in particular? Synopsis, there's no good reason to extend discovery. Therefore, it shouldn't be extended. That's it. That's the synopsis of this one. There's no good reason. All the reasons are bad. So that discovery should not be extended. That's this. And then motion relief to follow additional documents under seal. This was in about this, replying support of motion for sanctions. So this was sanctions for not correcting record on Destiny messaging a minor. So this was a oh shit, did I ever review the schizo letter on stream? Do you guys know this? Somebody submitted a schizo letter to the court and the clerk filed it on the docket. They said, to Clerk of Court, U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida. Hello. Please do not treat this as ex parte communication. I am a member of the public who wishes to express a general concern regarding the level of publicity surrounding the case Doe v. Banal, 125 CV 2757. In following publicly available information online, I observed extensive public discussion, commentary, and media coverage by individuals connected to the case. My concerns are not about the merits of the case, which I fully understand are solely for the court to decide, rather about the potential impact that widespread online discourse may have on the privacy, safety, and well-being of the people involved. I have no relation to any party and no personal interest in the outcome. I simply wish to convey the case is receiving substantial public attention. From the perspective of an outside observer, the level of online visibility may create additional risks or complications. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Corey Roberts, 12/5/2025. And he's the court docs him as well. I mean, brother. What? Thanks, bro. Thanks, Corey Roberts. Very, very good insight. You got it. Why did this even get filed in the docket? It's crazy shit ever. I mean, it's just a schizo letter. I guess that's even. Evie Joel answered Pixie versus Ethan Keck. Well, Pisco hasn't talked about whether he thinks Pixie's litigation is vexatious or not. I don't know if he thinks it is, but I also don't think he thinks Ethan is a vexatious litigant necessarily. I don't think he'd use that term at least, because he agrees legally the case is sound. However, he has moral objections to bring the case. I don't think he uses the word vexatious for either of them necessarily. I don't know if I think he would. Maybe he would. I don't think so. Do we know who Corey Roberts is? No idea. Just a random schizo, I guess. I haven't looked into it. Maybe people know. But is he a chatter or is it actually complete random? I don't think we know, right? I mean, unless Corey Roberts is like their fucking online handle, and I'm not fucking looking that shit up to like actually dox him. There's a return address on the thing, but Corey Roberts, bro, really self-doxed himself with that one classic. I mean, fair enough, you know. I guess respectable. I mean, he didn't submit a letter under a pseudonym, I guess. Good for him. I mean, guys, I don't know why you guys care so much. He doesn't have any personal interest in the outcome of the case, okay, guys? He just He's just letting you guys know. There's a lot of public commentary about the case. Do you guys know there's a lot of public commentary about this case? Are you guys aware? You guys in my chat right now, all 20 of my viewers, 18 in Kick, and like a few in YouTube, 6 in YouTube. Did you guys know there's substantial public commentary about this case? Oh no. Last End asks, does Pisco have moral objections to the case? I just like he thinks that Ethan's only bringing the case to fuck with Hassan Orbers. As far as I understand Pisco's position, he thinks it's morally objectionable or wrong for Ethan to have brought the case because he had immoral reasons to bring it. As in, he doesn't actually care about the merits of the case, but what he cares about is just personal vendetta. Also, somebody else says, self-doubts make me think he's actually just unwell, not part of any of these fringe communities. Yeah, I might just be an unwell person. I also think it's kind of a troll. Like, it's just a troll because he said, thank you for your attention doesn't matter at the end, right? If not for that, then it's like, it's schizo. I think it's a troll. Because of the last sentence, right? That was just someone saying this would be funny, and then they did it. Good for them. Corey Roberts could be Among Us. Among Us! Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. And Lot says, it's to talk around the water cooler. True. I don't know what you're referring to. Yes. Yeah, could all be a Fugazi. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Tell me, it's just a bit. Sir Anderson in my YouTube chat says, I did. Oh, you did know. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you knew, because, you know, you're watching public commentary on this case right now. You get it? Get why I asked that question? That was a good one. What a thing, isn't it? Last End says, I can agree that Ethan only brought up the case because he hates defendants, but I don't see why that's a bad thing. You'd have to bring that up with Pisco. I don't have a strong opinion on this. However, I also, like, my personal thing, if I were to object to Pisco's particular opinion on that, on whether Ethan have brought the case or not, I would say just because the reasons are bad for bringing the case doesn't make the act itself of bringing the case immoral. That's what I'd say. And that's the autistic level of shit that Pisco's on, so he should be able to understand semantically what I'm talking about. And I wonder how he'd contend with that disagreement. Just because the intentions are bad. You can agree that the reasons for bringing the case are immoral. However, does that necessarily mean that bringing the case itself is immoral? Curious. Cryptic. We got Corey Roberts sending a schizo letter to the courthouse. We got Sabasexual sending Rose and her family unwanted emails, pressuring them into contacting the schizo lawyer. Got Delu Gunner sitting for 9 hours of deposition. This season's villains have been nutty, or has really outdid themselves. Cinema. It's true. And depending on how long the season is, I kind of see like this whole thing as like the court arc, you know, the Pixie arc, the Leak arc, perhaps. So we've got a lot of villains, you know, got a lot of good villains. Solo himself, J-Stalk Queeman, all them, you know, Sabasexual, Corey Roberts being a schizo, IBMC involved, you know, all the little side people. So many good villains. So many. And frenemies too, Pisco as well. There's been some good Pisco content as well over this year. It's been some good stuff. Fletch says, all court cases are immoral. Real personal conflicts should be settled in a duel. You make a good case, Fudge. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I'll bring that up to Pisco if I get to talk to him. Is this guy going live? He said he might go live later. Is he gonna do it? I wonder. Wait, is he live? Wait, he's in Discord. Wait, can I just... Wait, has he been arguing with somebody and so they said to join VC? Oh shit, he's been arguing with people in his chat. Oh fuck, in his Discord server. Fuck, wait. Oh fuck. Why didn't anybody tell me? Hobbit follower, are you still here? Or are you arguing with Pisco and this shit? And you didn't even tell me. What the fuck? Oh shit, he's using my arguments against Pisco. Hobbit, you're using my arguments against Pisco? And you didn't tell me? This is unbelievable. Is this guy here? He better not be here. Fucking bitch, didn't even tell me. He was debating Pisco in Pisco's server. Didn't even say anything. Say yes because it's possible. You continue to clarify during the line if he doesn't understand. It's such as the advantage. He's used over to change tactics. Oh shit. Pisco says he'll find timestamps. Ooh shit. Oh shit. You're having a back and forth in the P-Scord. Oh shit. Oh shit. Pisco going hard. Fuck, I don't know if I should just read all this shit, okay? So I'm just... Pisco's finding timestamps in his argument with Hobbit Follower, but I don't think I'm allowed to just share shit that's happening in the Discord, so I'm reading this silently on my own. My bad, guys. Should I put on Subway Surfers to entertain you guys while I read? Hold on. Subway Surfers gameplay. There you go, guys. While I read, you guys can watch that. Is it gonna load? Hello? Okay, there you go. Watch that for a minute. I'm getting cucked right now. They're having this conversation. Fucking VC. Pisco said he would go live. I was gonna fucking confront him on the other shit. And Hobbit's using my shit. Fucking Hobbit. He's cucking me. Hobbit is cucking me. This is unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And I don't think I can just stream that channel, unfortunately. Fuck. I wanna join in though. Fuck. Wait, hold on. I'll be right back, okay? You guys are gonna be in the waiting room for a minute. Okay, I'm changing my stream. Waiting room for a minute, I'm gonna join and see what they're talking about, okay? Fuck this. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, hold on. Go there.